Hello and welcome again, everyone. Thank you for joining the first day of MNC Group Investor Forum 2021. Our event has followed COVID-19 health protocols, and we will start the forum soon. Please use your headphones for a better audio quality. Thank you. The national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Please rise. Please be seated. "2020 is a year of challenge for all of us, especially in economy. We are living through a remarkable period of history, one that will affect each of us for decades to come. In the year of 2021, number of strategies continually launched to boost the growth. MNC Group is committed providing contribution that promotes Indonesian economy. Today, we are highlighting several topics, policies, and strategies in the economy, financial, tourism, and creative economy. I'm Tommy Chokro, and welcome to MNC Group Investor Forum 2021. Now, allow me to guide you to the MNC Group Investor Forum. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. May you all bless with great health. Welcome to MNC Group Investor Forum 2021 Recovery Story after the Big Reset. Again, I'm Tommy Chokro. It's an honor to be your MC and moderator today. First, allow me to extend a warm welcome to our Excellencies, Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Airlangga Hartarto, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Sandiaga Uno, Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Wibowo Santoso, Vice Minister of Finance, Suhasil Nazara, President Director of Indonesia Stock Exchange, Inarno Jayadi, Executive Chairman of MNC Group, Hari Tanusudibyo, Commissioner and Board of Directors of MNC Group, and everybody who attend the forum here or through live streaming our CTI and YouTube IDX channel. Thank you again for allocating your time to attend the forum today. In the morning session, we have presentation from several listed companies in Indonesia. And now, the forum will emphasize on elaborating the government policy strategies to jumpstart the economy after suffering a recession in the pandemic era. It will give you an unprecedented access to presentations by top-notch ministers and central bankers that will share recovery prospects, structural reform and investment climates, business opportunities, and the latest economic condition in the country and throughout the region. We hope you will find the topics we have lined up today to be fruitful and engaging. You are welcome to type your questions in Q&A box or chat box in YouTube. Ladies and gentlemen, as Indonesia's leading investment group with 4 strategic investments, media, financial services, entertainment, hospitality, and e-commerce and other digital, MNC Group's vision is to become an important foundation for national economic growth and leader in technology-related development. With this forum, MNC Group is committed to support a major role and feel optimistic in building strategies, boosting the economy, and developing the nation. Therefore, allow us to present our commitment through this upcoming presentation.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1989, MNC Group telah berkembang menjadi salah satu grup bisnis nasional terbesar di Indonesia. Di bawah kepemimpinan pendiri dan Executive Chairman Haritanu Sudibyo, MNC Group telah menjadi yang terdepan di 4 investasi strategis: media, jasa keuangan, entertainment, hospitality, dan e-commerce, dan digital lainnya. Di bidang media berbasis iklan dan konten, 4 FTA MNC Media, RCTI, MNC TV, GTV, iNews mendominasi market dengan audience share terbesar. MNC Media menghasilkan beragam konten hiburan untuk masyarakat Indonesia yang mencakup semua generasi bagi segala segmen. Drama series terbaik dengan performa audience share tertinggi yang diproduksi MNC Pictures. Juga film layar lebar Indonesia. Program animasi terbaik yang menghibur dan mengedukasi keluarga Indonesia di bawah MNC Animasi. Program reality show yang menginspirasi karya AMP Production. Program pencarian bakat terbesar yang menghasilkan bintang-bintang terbaik dari seluruh Indonesia di bawah talent management terbesar di Indonesia, SMN. Studio-based production yang menghasilkan talent search terbesar seperti Indonesian Idol, MasterChef Indonesia, Kontes Dangdut Indonesia, The Voice Indonesia, dan pionir dalam talent search e-sport Star Indonesia. Juga berbagai program spesial terpopuler seperti Indonesian Television Awards, Billboard Indonesia Music Awards, Indonesia Movie Actor Awards, Anugerah Dangdut Indonesia, Indonesian Esports Award, TikTok Awards Indonesia. MNC Media sangat fokus dan konsisten dengan pengembangan digital bisnisnya melalui Super Apps RCTI Plus. Satu aplikasi, semua hiburan, video, berita, radio dan podcast, video adu bakat, dan game. Serta music label digital dan manajemen media sosial dengan pertumbuhan follower dan subscriber yang tinggi di bawah Star Hits. Selain pemberitaan TV, terdapat 4 portal berita dan informasi unggulan MNC, OKZone, sindonews.com, inews.id, dan IDX Channel dengan berbagai penyiaran radio network dan streaming. Di bidang konten, MNC Media menghasilkan lebih dari 20.000 jam konten baru dalam setahun, lebih dari 300.000 jam pustaka konten. Di bidang media berbasis langganan, MNC Vision Network atau IPTV merupakan yang terbesar di Indonesia pada direct-to-home atau satellite pay TV, fixed broadband pay TV, dan OTT. MNC Vision merupakan pionir penyedia layanan TV berbayar direct-to-home atau DTH terbesar di Indonesia yang memiliki satelit Indostar 2 dengan teknologi S-band terbaik yang tahan terhadap gangguan cuaca di Indonesia. Sedangkan K-Vision hadir untuk memenuhi kebutuhan DTH di segmen menengah ke bawah dengan bisnis model prabayar. K-Vision menjual set-top box dan tumbuh pesat. Kini mendekati 6 juta pelanggan, menjadikan K-Vision sebagai DTH prabayar terbesar di Indonesia. Pada segmen broadband, IPTV menghadirkan MNC Play yang menawarkan teknologi fiber to the home dengan layanan internet berkecepatan tinggi dan pay TV. MNC Play menawarkan konten terlengkap serta fitur catch-up TV dan time shift. Inovasi MNC Play hadir meluncurkan Playbox Android TV Box yang memberikan konten FTA nasional dan international channel terlengkap dengan fitur catch-up TV. Platform terakhir persembahan IPTV adalah Vision Plus, streaming berbasis OTT terbesar nasional yang memberikan 10.000 jam video on demand, lebih dari 120 channel linear, serta memproduksi original content bersama Vision Pictures. Semua kekuatan ini menjadikan IPTV berbeda dan unggul dibandingkan dengan operator lainnya. Di bidang jasa keuangan, MNC Capital merupakan perusahaan MNC Group yang menghadirkan layanan keuangan lengkap dan terintegrasi. MNC Bank berinovasi menciptakan bank masa depan yang lengkap dengan dukungan mobile banking motion. Multi-finance terbaik MNC Finance dan MNC Leasing saat ini sedang mengembangkan sistem informasi dan aplikasi pembiayaan siap untuk proses kredit yang lebih cepat dan nyaman. MNC Sekuritas sebagai salah satu sekuritas terkemuka makin terdepan dengan aplikasi online trading MNC Trade dan bagi pasar saham internasional Our Back Grayson hadir memberikan layanan terbaiknya. Kolaborasi dari MNC Insurance dan MNC Life memberikan pilihan produk asuransi umum dan jiwa yang lengkap bagi keluarga Indonesia yang mudah diakses lewat aplikasi Hario. Kapan saja, di mana saja. MNC Asset Management semakin terpercaya mengelola berbagai produk investasi dan reksadana. Kini, semua terkoneksi melalui aplikasi MNC Do It. Pada bidang fintech, MNC Teknologi Nusantara mengoperasikan SPIN, Smart Payment Indonesia, platform e-money, e-wallet, dan transfer digital. SPIN baru saja meluncurkan SPIN Point, program poin loyalitas yang mengintegrasikan semua platform digital MNC Group. Flash Mobile merupakan payment gateway dan biller aggregator untuk semua transaksi dalam MNC Group. Flash Mobile dilengkapi sertifikasi standar keamanan tertinggi PCI DSS. MNC Capital berkomitmen untuk menjadi pelopor penyedia jasa keuangan terintegrasi di Indonesia. Sebagai bagian dari MNC Group, MNC Land telah berkembang menjadi salah satu perusahaan entertainment hospitality terbesar di Indonesia. MNC Land terus berkembang dan fokus pada beberapa proyek unggulan seperti MNC Lido City, MNC Bali Resort, dan proyek-proyek bergengsi lainnya. MNC Lido City yang berlokasi di Lido, Bogor, Jawa Barat adalah sebuah integrated tourism destination kelas dunia yang telah disetujui pemerintah sebagai kawasan ekonomi khusus atau KEK pariwisata yang berstandar internasional. MNC Lido City yang merupakan kawasan hunian, komersial, hiburan, dan gaya hidup seluas 3.000 hektar ini sedang dibangun theme park, movie land, world garden, music festival and arts venue, international hotel and resort, klub golf dan residences, retail and dining, outbound terbesar, serta fasilitas pendukung berkualitas lainnya. MNC Bali Resort adalah sebuah konsep resort terpadu terbesar dan paling eksklusif di Bali. MNC Bali Resort terdiri dari hotel berbintang 6, villa eksklusif, lapangan golf berstandar internasional, dan fasilitas premium lainnya. Di bidang hospitality, MNC Land hadirkan Park Hyatt Jakarta, satu-satunya dan yang pertama di Indonesia. The Westin Resort Nusa Dua dan Bali International Convention Center, Oakwood Hotel dan One East Residence Surabaya, serta berbagai gedung perkantoran di Jakarta, Surabaya, dan Bali, serta co-working space. Di bisnis berbasis e-commerce, MNC mengembangkan eTV Mall, The F Things, Mr. Aladdin, dan M-Shop bagi kebutuhan gaya hidup masyarakat terkini. Sebagai bagian dari program sosialnya, MNC Group melalui Yayasan Jalinan Kasih aktif melakukan kegiatan kepedulian sosial bagi masyarakat dan kegiatan korporasi CSR MNC Group melalui MNC Peduli. MNC Group membangun masa depan, kebanggaan bersama milik bangsa.
And now, without further ado, to kick off the MNC Group Investor Forum, let's welcome Executive Chairman of MNC Group, Hari Tanusudibyo. Pak Hari, the time is yours.
Thank you, Tommy. I will be speaking in English, but I will have my pointers in Bahasa Indonesia on the screen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Distinguished Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Mr. Erlangga Hartarto. Distinguished Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. Distinguished Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of the Financial Services Authority, or OJK, Mr. Wimbo Santoso. Distinguished Vice Minister of Finance, Mr. Suhasil Nasara. Distinguished President Director of Indonesian Stock Exchange, Mr. Inarno Jayadi, and MNC Group clients, investors, partners, and all the media. MNC Group is very pleased to host this event and is looking forward to welcoming all participants from around the world. We'd like to extend our gratitude to the speakers and presenters who share their knowledge and views in light of the recovery efforts that are in place and going forward after the pandemic. In light with the commitment to promote Indonesian economy, MNC Group and Orbah Creation and Company LLC, or ACO, created a virtual conference event called MNC Group Investor Forum 2021 with a special theme of recovery story after the big reset. This theme was brought up in light of the recovery optimism in various aspects, including the economy in 2021. The event was inspired by MNC Group enthusiasm to collaborate with ACO, a brokerage firm from Wall Street that MNC Group had acquired at the start of 2021. Through ACO network partners in over 125 countries, the two-day corporate morning session will provide an opportunity for the investor around the world to meet the leaders of some of the Indonesia's most prominent listed companies and gain comprehensive knowledge of investment opportunities in Indonesia. This morning, some of you might have joined the corporate morning session with 6 prominent listed companies such as Waskita Karya, Media Nusantara Citra, Bank Rakyat Indonesia, Telkom Indonesia, Barito Pacific, and Astra International. The morning group meetings were attended by global fund managers around the world, local institutions, and domestic investors. This afternoon virtual conference, attended by more than currently 2,000 on the Zoom participant, of course, and more through RCTI Plus streaming service, because on RCTI Plus streaming service, we have 27 million monthly active users. Welcome all the participants to the keynote addresses and dialogue from Indonesia policymakers, the governor of the central bank, and capital market regulators, who will share their views on the latest post-pandemic recovery effort of the economy, the government policy direction, the synergy of state-owned enterprises and private sector, the target and strategies in accelerating the growth of the economy, the optimism and challenge, as well as the investment prospect in Indonesia. To reach a wider range of participants, this discussion will be broadcast live through Zoom webinar, as well as MNC Group online streaming platform RCTI Plus and IDX Channel YouTube account. Tomorrow, there will be 8 listed companies that will present their company updates in the morning session, such as Medicaloka Hermina, AKR Corpindo, MNC Vision Network, Sarana Menara Nusantara, PRI Agroniaga, Jasa Marga, MNC Land, Surya Semesta Internusa. In the afternoon session, you can also join keynote and special dialogue with one coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment, Mr. Luhut Panjaitan, Governor of Bank Indonesia, Mr. Peri Warjio, Minister of State-Owned Enterprises, Mr. Erick Thohir, Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, Mr. Bahlil Dalia. MNC Group is committed to contributing in Indonesia recovery from the challenging situation due to COVID-19 pandemic. We believe that mass vaccination against coronavirus conducted globally, including in Indonesia, has brought light to us. Recovery story has just been started in all aspects, not only in the health, but also economy and many other aspects. The capital market in Indonesia has reflected the hope of recovery itself. The return of IDX Composite by December 2020 reached 23% compared to June 2020. IDX Composite also show a positive return of 4% at the end of February 2021 compared to December 2020. Both transaction volume and value in IDX also grow significantly. The daily average trading value in December 2020 grew more than double compared to June 2020, previously 7.6 trillion rupiah to 16.18 trillion rupiah. The growth is also reflected in the daily average trading volume. Daily average trading volume in December 2020 was recorded at 22.94 billion shares, 3 times more than the volume in June 2020 at 7.41 billion shares. We also see the trend of colonial investors, new investors who decide to invest in the stock market during pandemic. The number of stock investors in Indonesia has grown more than 75% in less than a year, from 1.4 million investors in February 2020 to 2.4 million investors in January 2021. Based on IDX data, in January 2021, 69.5% retail domestic investors contribute to average daily trading value, followed by 13% institutional domestic investor and 17.5% foreign investor. The growth of new investors during pandemic was mainly supported by online or digital account opening and online trading. In MNC Sekuritas, we also see a significant growth of transaction and new client acquisition through our online trading application MNC Trade. As of February 2021, the transaction value through MNC Trade contributed 65% of the total transaction value compared to only 32% in June 2020. The number of new opening account through MNC Trade in February 2021 also doubled compared to February 2020. The optimism of recovery happened not only in Indonesia, but also in many other countries. The return of Dow Jones reached 15% in December 2020 compared to June 2020, Straits Times 15 times, and Hang Seng 15% and Hang Seng 10%. If we compare the data in February 2021, all these indices also show positive return compared to December 2020, with average percentage of more than 4%. MNC Group believes that the challenge in 2020 are opportunities for us to rise again. We are committed to taking part in the national economic recovery. By acquiring ECO, we expect to be able to increase investment flow to Indonesia to 125 ECO network partners in many countries. ECO will also assist Indonesian listed companies to do fundraising globally, so the business in Indonesia can grow in accelerated mode. We also realized the importance of digital innovation to survive and grow in this era. Therefore, MNC Group has also developed digital infrastructure and platform as a one-stop financial service solution, such as online stock trading application MNC Trade, financial application with e-money, e-wallet and digital remittance features, Smart Payment Indonesia called SPIN, mobile banking application Motion, insurance application Hario, and some other financial application under development. Through MNC Financial Services, we try to support the national economy by providing an integrated digital financial solution. In the media sector, MNC Group launched idxchannel.id as one online portal with reliable and accurate stock market information, economy, and business information. This portal will complement our existing news portal such as occasion.com, sinonews.com, and inews.id. We also push the development of our over-the-top or OTT streaming services called Vision Plus, which is now the largest in the country, and RCTI Plus, being a super app consisting of video, news, audio, user-generated content, and games. In the entertainment hospitality, MNC Group will start building movie land in Lido, West Java this year. Also in Lido, the group will build music and arts center, world garden, theme park, and commercial data center, which is a joint venture with an international party, to support the growth in creative economy. We hope that the development of Lido will help create new jobs opportunities and better standard of living for the surrounding society. We believe that if we walk hand in hand with the government, partnering with other institutions with the same vision, Indonesia will be able to rise again and overcome current challenges. Last but not least, we believe that this pandemic is the momentum for us to take a step back and prepare us for many steps ahead. Let's take our own part in contributing for the recovery of our beloved country, Indonesia. No matter how small our contribution, will lead to a better business and economy in Indonesia. We hope that this MNC Group Investor Forum will contribute in attracting more direct investment into Indonesia and facilitate local companies for global business expansion opportunities. We hope that the investor in Indonesia can be more equipped with updated information from our distinguished speakers during the two-day conferences. Thank you for joining our event. Thank you to our distinguished speakers who have joined us today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om, Santi, Santi, Om, Namo Buddhaya.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your opening remarks, Bapak Haritanu Sudibyo, especially highlighted the several positive factors to boost our economy fundamentally and also in Indonesia's stock market. Also shared how deep MNC Group implementing its goal to play a major role in the economic recovery with 4 strategic investments: media, financial services, entertainment, hospitality, and e-commerce and other digital aspects. And next, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear our first keynote address with the title, Balancing Brake and Gas Pedal for Indonesia's Economic Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Airlangga Hartarto. Pak Airlangga, the time is yours.
Thank you. Terima kasih Pak Tommy Cokro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati Bapak Sandiaga Uno, Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif. Yang kami hormati Pak Suhasil Nasara, Wakil Menteri Keuangan, Pak Wimbo Santoso, Ketua OJK, Pak Inarno Jayadi, Presiden Direktur Bursa Efek Indonesia, dan Pak Haritanu Pak Haritanu Sudibyo, Executive Chairman of MNC Group. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. I hope that we are all safe and healthy. First of all, it is a great pleasure for me to be able to meet with the investor and business representatives, especially in the times of hardship and great challenges. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to MNC Group, Pak Haritanu Sudibyo beserta jajarannya, for arranging this seminar, which hopefully produce a great breakthrough on how to transform our future economic landscape together. Distinguished guests, speakers, and participants, the latest development of COVID-19 cases show that our handling of the pandemic is getting better, as reflected the increasing trend of the recovery rate to 85.88%. And then also the trend of mortality rate also continue to decline to 2.71%. And the government, through various policy, continues to strive that the rate of spread of the virus can be kept down so that our health and economic side can recover. If you see, all the charts are toward the positive trend, namely the percentage of the active cases, also as well as slowing down, as well as the percentage of recovery rate, and also the fatality rate. The data is compiled for 1 year since the beginning of the COVID-19. On the economy side, the positive signals have been emerged domestically and globally. Indonesia economy on year-on-year basis is contraction at minus 2.0% to 2.7%. And if we compare, many countries have been growing at the negative less than 4%. And we are one of the countries behind China, Vietnam, and South Korea. And in 2021, we expect that the economy can be recover to 4.5 to 5.5%. That is in line with the global recovery with a growth of 4.5 to 5.3%. And of course, one of the things that we should support, basically based on the job creation law, we also put a strategy on the structuring the economy. Further, if we compare GDP performance in Q4 and the COVID-19 death rate in compare with other countries per 1 million of people, we are one of the countries that is behind China, Taiwan, and Korea. But I think this is the sign that on the economic as well as handling the pandemic, we are one of a few countries that using different strategy, but the result is quite optimum. On the domestic consumption, we show that the return of manufacturing sectors, even though is a little bit slowing in the 2021, but still above 50%. So still on the confidence level is still high and still on the construction, on the improvement of this index, show the confidence on the manufacturing sectors. So still on the expansionary mode. And then the confidence index also improved. And even though a little bit slip from 90, above 90 to 84.9. And other indicators has been mentioned by Chairman Pak Haritanu Sudibyo, that the composite index and rupiah exchange rate is almost achieved on the pre-COVID level. So on January 2020 and January 2021 is almost comparables. And if we talk about trade balance, is surplus 21.74 billions. So based on this development, we see that the path of the economic recovery is on the right track. The government is committed to continue the program of COVID-19 handling fund and national economic recovery program. And budget allocated is around higher than last year. It's almost 700 trillion rupiah. It's about 49.6 billion US dollar, and focusing on the 6 priorities, namely for the health, social assistance priority program, micro and small medium enterprises, the corporate financing, as well as the incentive for the business. It means that the government understand that in the year 2021, the COVID-19s are still with us, so we still have to strike the balance between handling the pandemic COVID as well as to push for economic recovery. The government also prepare on the health side. The government will focus on the restoring consumer confidence by accelerating the vaccination Indonesia is fortunate that we are able to secure the COVID-19 vaccines as early as the month of January. And this was done through maintaining and forging close partnership with several countries and organizations, including Gavi and COVAX, which our foreign minister is acting as a co-chair of Gavi or COVAX. So we are able to secure the COVAX Gavi vaccines, which can be distributed to the Indonesian people. So we have a program till end of this year, and we hope that towards the end of this year, 182 million of people out of total 270 million people can be vaccinated, and we target that the herd immunity, about 70% of population, can be achieved. Through vaccination, it is increasingly available for the people, so we should maintain and enforce strict health protocols, or else herd immunity goals will not be achieved. To accelerate vaccination, the government also holds a program that we call Sharing Together, or Vaksin Gotong Royong. The Minister of Health regulation, I think, has been issued, in which the participation of corporate, especially for its employee and the family, hopefully this will be accelerated, the vaccination program. In addition to vaccination, access of vaccination, the government also developed a program through a Ministry of Research and Technology, which involves the research institution and university to develop red and white vaccines. That include the Eijkman Institute, LIPI, University of Indonesia, Erlangga University, Bandung Institute of Technology, and Gajah Mada University. Hopefully that this Merah Putih vaccine can be rolled out for the year of 2022. And at the moment, the progress of the seed vaccine, hopefully from Eijkman, can be delivered to the Bio Farma. And then the government also currently impose a program that target to the micro-based restriction or community activities. Under this program, the neighborhood watch or the village will be classified to the green, yellow, orange, and red zone based on the number of family houses that are infected in COVID-19. This policy is also accompanied by testing, tracing, and treatment. And the government, by reviewing this program in 7 provinces, the number of cases has been dropped. So as the government also focused to have the minimum target growth in Q1, we expect that there are further improvement of the positive trend towards economic recovery. We accelerate the government expenditures, including the social protection program under the economic recovery budget. And also we push for domestic and micro and small medium enterprises purchases. And we work with the bank to push more for working capital credit for companies. Though we understand that the transmission of the interest which is provided by the central bank and the lending rate has not been as per the government expected. But I think this is the homework that still have to work through OJK as well as the banking sectors. And the government also provide a program incentive in the form of luxury good tax and VAT that is borne by the government on selected automotive and property, in which we understand that these 2 sectors has a big impact on the forward and backward linkages. The commercial bank, I think, is contracted in 2020 in December, about 2.4%, in contrast with the third party fund, which also recorded to increase to 11.11%, especially in the segment of middle and upper middle class. This indicates that middle class is holding back on on spending as uncertainty is remain. To boost spending, the government issued luxury goods VAT for motor vehicle and VAT for housing. The incentive is available for car under 1,500 cc with 100% discount from March to May and 50% discount from June to August, and lastly 25% discount from September to December 2021. While for landed houses and flats, VAT borne by the government will be available for 6 months from March to September 2021 for the ready stock houses. The scheme is 100% discount for the house under the value of 2 billion rupiah and 50% discount for house between 2 and 5 billion rupiah. The government policy is complement the previous loan value relaxation policy released by the Bank Indonesia as well as from Otoritas Jasa Keuangan. In addition, on the economic policy, the government continued the national strategic project. Out of the total 201 project and 10 program with total investment value about 4,817 trillion till the year 2024. This infrastructure development will support the economic equally in Indonesia territory as well as increase the investment. Indonesia also commit to carry out structural reform, mainly by implementing the Omnibus Law on Job Creation, which was introduced and promulgated in November last year. Following the law, President Joko Widodo has signed 51 technical regulations, which consists of 47 government acts and 4 presidential acts, which support the implementation of the law. The law covers, among others, environmental protection, investment ecosystem, business licensing, ease of doing business, labor standard, taxation, and also supporting micro and small medium enterprises. The government also introduced the base of norm, standard, procedures, and criteria using a risk-based approach for job creation law that is encourage the government services that are more efficient, easy, and certain. In the context of encouraging the investment, the government also established a policy for regulating investment that is open for all business fields, except those are stated by the law, and also the area that is open for both foreign and domestic investment. The government also offers various fiscal and non-fiscal incentives for around 246 sectors or I6, and then about 1,700 are open for all sectors. Indonesia also has signed the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, and which also provided more wide the market access as well as the integration of the supply chain within the RCEPs, and hopefully this will be strengthen the Indonesia competitive advantage, whereby Indonesia will get the materials and also the supply chain from the region, and also Indonesia can take the advantage of economic and technical collaboration projects. And I think at last, I would like to underline that Indonesia remain committed to strike the balance between public health recovery and economic recovery, And in turn, Indonesia, of course, has shown that the policy that Indonesia has been taken bring us to a level that comparable with other or 5 top countries. Therefore, we believe that while we are working together, we will be able to take advantage of future recovery momentum. And I would like to thank you that this forum will give information to the investor, and Indonesia is willing and ready to support all the investor to make Indonesia is a place for investment within the region. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Erlangga Hartarto. Please stay with us. We would like to invite Pak Hari Tanusudibyo to ask questions to you. Pak Hari, silakan.
Me, the first person to ask. Thank you, Pak Erlangga, for a very clear explanation. With the explanation that you just give to us, we believe Indonesian economy will recover this 2021. It's a very good solution. But I like to ask one thing with regards to tourism. When the government will open foreign tourists to be able to enter into Indonesia, because hospitality business today is basically still stuck, in particular for those who rely on tourism. Yeah, that's, I think, my only question, because I think everybody would like to hear this. In particular, now we have almost 2,700 participants on the Zoom, on the webinar, and many more through our streaming service, RCTI Plus. Thank you, Pak Erlangga.
Thank you, Pak Hari. I think this is a $1 million question to everyone, all other 215 countries. I think when we open it has to be bilateral. Indonesia cannot open for itself. So within the international community, there is a travel bubble or travel corridor arrangement, which is a bilateral agreement that is at the moment the one that can travel is the one who has essential travel. For tourism, I think what we have to do is for returning the domestic demand. And to return the domestic demand, I think it is important to work on protocol. The government, actually, with Ministry of Tourism, are working on a package, how we make a package between tourism and also to improve the herd immunity and to make traveling is safe for everybody. So I think once the formula has been established, the government is willing to make a policy that is improving the capacity of the tourism. And one of the things that we have done is actually to use the hotel as part of the isolations that is supported by the government. So I think the next domestic tourism will be the homeworks. And we hope that vaccination program can achieve the herd immunity toward the end of the year. But toward mid of the year, hopefully there are about 70 million people can be vaccinated. So that's will be a game changer for the tourism as well. Thank you, Pak Hari.
Thank you, Pak Erlangga, for the explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, Pak Erlangga, we have several questions coming in here now, and allow me to ask you these particular questions with the positive notes that you mentioned before, including the project allocation for 2021 is 699.43 trillion rupiah. You mentioned about their focus sectors that need to be implemented for that year. Can you elaborate more on that, please?
Yeah, I think for this national strategic projects is a project that is public-private partnership that has been approved by the government. And this public-private projects, there is support by the government in terms of the government support for the building some infrastructure or funding the equity gaps that is needed. So I think with this kind of project that is already listed, then sectors are open, and the government have a target that this kind of projects will be available. I think with the target of the project can be completed before 2024. So I think this will be a challenge for all of us. And also actually aside for this national strategic project, we accelerate through the special economic zone. Like Pak Hari have a project of Lido in West Java. So hopefully through acceleration of this government support projects, the investment as well as the employment can be created through this project. Demikian Pak Tommy.
Thank you, sir. And there's another question here. The news about the housing VAT exemption was quite loud in the market since yesterday. Before that, there was a PPNBM exemption on automotive. So could you please tell us more about these policies? Could this increase consumer spending, luxury goods, and help the property and automotive sector?
Yeah, I think we understand that the Indonesian economic 57% is based on the consumer spending. If you would like to grow positive this year. So the two sectors that is important is the manufacturing sectors, which is represent almost 20% of the PDB. And if we see sectors that has the capacity or utilization is less than 50%, and the factory have the capacity and the multiplier effect is high, that is on the automotive and motorcycles. So actually what we are planning with this policy, that the automotive sector that has the capacity is under 1,500 cc, the local content is already more than 90%, meaning that the multiplier effect is high. Then the sectors employ about 1.5 million people directly, indirectly about 4.5 million. So if we give facilities to the consumers, then the capacity utilization will be increased. If the capacity utilization is increased to a level of close to 1 million cars per year, meaning that Indonesian export based on the automotive also becoming competitive, because the volume that the automotive sector produce, if the volume is more, the cost is lower. So we are more competitive. So to compete against other countries such as Thailand, so we have to have our volume back to the pre-COVID level. And in terms of the properties, we see that the property sector is also being hit hard. The property sector is not only the real estate sector, but also the construction sectors. This also contribute to the Indonesia PDB, and there is about 174 industry is relying and depend on these property sectors. This by giving this incentive to the property sectors, that 80% of property are sales value is for housing that is less than 2 billion. And then also there are some property market within 2 to 5 billion that is catered to the middle classes. And we see from the banking point of view, the middle class deposit is increasing. So how to use this opportunity for the middle class to spend more, then we do a relaxation of this value-added taxes for the property. Thank you, Pak Tommy.
Thank you, sir. We have one more question for you. And besides those two sectors, will there be any other program or stimulus to increase society consumption level?
I think one of the things that is the one that is asked by Chairman Pak Hari is about the hotel, restaurant, and cafe. We are working on it. So all input is needed, and a simple solution that is can be operationalization is not complicated, is required. So a single bullet formula that the government are reviewing at the moment.
Thank you, Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, and ladies and gentlemen, that was Coordinating Minister for Economic Affairs, Erlangga Hartarto, and thank you for Bapak Hari Tanusudibyo for asking the first questions to the Minister. Again, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Hari.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, next session, we will be focusing on the government's grand strategies to revive and strengthen the economy. So furthermore, it discusses the government's approaches to manage revenue, spending, and financing in order to attain the most possible and optimum socio-economic outcome. So you're welcome again to type your questions in the Q&A box or chat box in YouTube. So now, with the title, Indonesia's Financial Outlook 2021. Let's welcome Vice Minister of Finance, Suhasil Nazara. Bapak Suhasil, the time is yours.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to Pak Hari Tanusudibyo, Chairman of the MNC Group. Also, good afternoon to Pak Menko, who is still here. And also, earlier I saw Pak Wimbo from Chairman of OJK. Also, all ladies and gentlemen from the MNC's group, as well as the whole audience. I see 2,800 people listed as participants here on my Zoom screen. It is a very, very large audience, and I would like to congratulate and appreciate MNC Group for holding this session. Pak Hari and also ladies and gentlemen, let me I think you have already heard from Pak Menko Erlangga a great deal of discussion about what is the strategy, the situation that we face, and what kind of strategy that Indonesia is taking. But nevertheless, let me use this opportunity to explain to you maybe some sort of different perspectives that may be able to give some more lights about what is going on. Let me start with my presentation on page 4. On page 4, Pak Hari and also ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you about the 2020. When we begin 2020 in January, there was a great deal of optimism. US-China trade deal was in effect early January. Brexit comes to some sort of clarity by the end of January. But then all of a sudden we heard about the pandemic in China. And then the World Economic Forum that predicted economic growth from 3.3% in January, all of a sudden plunged into -3%. This is a 600 basis points decline on the projection, and that changed our whole life. In Indonesia, we work very closely with OJK, with Bank Indonesia, with LPS, and the Ministry of Finance. We continue to try to understand the projection of the economic projection, and we realize that the economy will go down. The consumption will go down, investment will go down, export and imports will also go down. And that was the situation that we faced a year ago, around this time of the year, early March. And I think the 2nd of March, which is exactly today last year, was the first time that the positive case in Indonesia, the positive COVID-19 case, was actually announced in Depok area. So this is this session by MNC is marked the 1 year of the COVID-19. We don't want to say long life. We would like to say short-lived the pandemic. And of course, the whole year 2020, we have already tried to revive the economy out of the understanding that the consumption will go down, investment will decline, export-import activities will stop. And that is actually what we saw in 2020. Let me just go directly to slide number 10, where the situation of 2020. If you look at this, you see that the household consumption 2020 minus 2%, investment minus 4.9%, export and import, they are all negative. And right from March last year, we understand that the only hope is the government consumption, government expenditures for the to serve as the bumper of the economic growth. Government consumption must grow positively. And that is the reason why we changed the state budget. All of a sudden, from the typical government of Indonesia's budget that is very disciplined with low deficits to a deficit of 6.3%, because the government consumption must go up. And this government consumption must go up in the middle of economic declines, which means tax revenue will go down. We understand from the beginning, if consumptions go down, investment, export and imports go down, then government revenue will have to go down. We cannot tax the economy. The economy will pay less taxes, but the government must spend much higher expenditures. So that is the reason why we changed the government budget. I think it is shown on the slide number 23. And if I may remind you a little bit, last year, the budget was actually revised with a revenue that is 500 trillion below the 500 trillion rupiah below the initial target, and expenditures are 200 trillion rupiah above the initial budget. As a result, our deficit must go up 700 trillion rupiah, and as a percentage to GDP, our deficit that is used to be below 3% of the GDP must go up to 6.3% of the GDP, and the amount of financing, government financing, which is the lowest row on the table, 1,039 trillion rupiah. That is the amount that we have to finance. And of course, how should we finance it? We should finance it out of course, the government's bonds. We have a very close discussion and very strong support from our central bank. The central bank is also supporting us with the financing, direct financing. The central government give us a support for the public goods and non-public goods. I believe that you also already heard about the news in the media. But the Bank Indonesia is very important, because without the support from the Bank Indonesia, the government will be, I think, will be more cornered in the market. Of course, the existence of Bank Indonesia later will be described. Pak Perry will be able to tell more about that. But I just would like to make sure that all branches of states, government, central bank, financial sector authority, we all work hand in hand to make sure that the financial stability is maintained in Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, if the 2020 budget is under pressure, 6.3% deficit to the GDP. We, at the end of the year, the realization was 6.1%, as you can see in the numbers from the second column. And for the 2021, this year, we expect that there are some macroeconomic indicators as we put on the top row. Economic growth we expect will be around 5%. Our expectation is actually for 2021, 4.5% to 5.3% economic growth this year, at a midpoint around 5.0%. Inflation, we expect it's going to be 3%. Exchange rate for the whole year average will be 14,600 rupiah per US dollar. And our 10 years government bonds will be around 7.3%. And also we have some assumption on the ICP price, Indonesian crude oil price, and also the oil and gas lifting. As a result of all of this macroeconomic assumption for 2021, we come up with a state budget of 2021 with a deficit around 5.7% of the GDP. So, ladies and gentlemen, the deficit is declining. And of course, the deficit is declining because we would like to make sure that the budget is still going to be expansive, which means expenditure is higher compared to the revenue. It's deficit, but the amount of the deficit is declining because we have to conduct at the same time fiscal consolidation. The budget cannot go with the expansion like last year all the time. It is very important that the budget will have to come back to its original position as the economy is improving. So as consumption is improving, investment is improving, export and import is improving, the role of the budget will have to be more consolidating. But during the time like last year, when the economy was very much under pressure, the budget will be at the forefront. So this is the role, this is the idea of the fiscal consolidation that we put in. In the meantime, we are doing that by having expenditures that are increasing, but still very manageable. So at the end of the day, it is very important to have the budget consolidation because that will show the healthiness of the budget. The budget must be healthy. For something like 2,750 trillion, the budget has to be healthy. And then what is the strategy for the budget to be healthy? I think in the previous slide, if we go to slide number 22, this is what I mentioned earlier, that the budget must remain expansive. It has to continue the expansion, but at the same time, it must consolidate. I think this is also very much the situation that is faced by a lot of the business sectors in Indonesia. It is very important that the business continue to work, but at the same time must be consolidating. Otherwise, we cannot survive the pandemic. Of course, the government budget is very important for the whole economy because this is the budget that tries to keep the economy from going even down further south. I think the slide number 19 is very clear. If you go to slide number 19, this is a clear illustration how COVID actually pushed the economic growth down. But at the same time, the state budget and the national economic recovery programs is the one that is trying to keep the economic growth from moving down south. Now, what is the national economic program? I think very, very easy is to elaborate what Pak Menko Airlangga earlier mentioned. 699 trillion rupiah is the one that you can see the list in the table on the right. So the budget, altogether of the budget is 2,750 trillion rupiah. It's the size of our budget. And of course, this size of the budget, it is used for the central government's budget, transfers to the region, and around 700 trillion rupiah is used for the National Economic Recovery Program. The programs that comprises health financing, social protection financing, micro, small, medium enterprises, business incentives. This is the amount of taxes, tax relief that we provide to the economy, and also other priority programs. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is becoming very important because this is how we would like to handle the economy. And this year, we are running this program under the supervision of Pak Menko Airlangga, and we are making sure that all the central government as well as the local governments are following this, all of this program. Let me go to the 2021 strategy. If you go to slide number 21, this is what we call the game changer of 2021. Our understanding in the government, there are three game changers in the 2020. Number one is the health intervention. At the end of the day, we must admit that the problem that we face is the health problem. This is not only economic problem. This is health problem that is becoming economic problem. So the very bottom then becoming like we have to intervene on the health sector. We have to, and then one of the most important game changer this year is the existence of vaccination, vaccines and the vaccination program. Free vaccination, free vaccines already been announced by the president, and the vaccination program already been started last January. This is the hope of not only Indonesia, but also many other countries. Right now, I think there are around 102 or 103 countries in the world already started their vaccination program. This is an effort to get the herd immunity globally, and we also must come up with herd immunity domestically in Indonesia. These two must go hand in hand. Health intervention is very important. Number two game changer, ladies and gentlemen, is the survival and recovery kit. No matter how you put it, right now the economy is still under pressure. We still have pressure on consumption. We still have pressure on the investment. Nobody would like to invest because we don't see demands. And inflation also is still very, very low. So for the survival and recovery kit, basically this is the state budget. The state budget that must continue to be flexible and providing social protection program for the poor and the vulnerables, and state budget that is providing business continuity. So that's why support for the small micro enterprises, corporations, and also priority programs to support job creation. So this is the game changer number two. That is why you will always continue to hear vaccines, health, social protection programs, business sectors, business incentives, tax reliefs, and so on. And also I will also elaborate later about the tax issue. But there is also game changer number three for this 2021. We call it the structural reform. This is very important so that we have to survive the pandemic. We have to be good at health. We have to survive and recovery. But we don't want just only survive. We have to come out of this pandemic with a different economic environment. We must improve our economic way of work. So that is why we introduced the structural reform. Some people may ask, why in the middle of dealing with the pandemic, the government is getting through with the omnibus job creation law? Because we would like to reform the structure of our economy. It is important to survive and to be safe, but it is very important to be safe and reform. So that is why earlier Pak Menko mentioned about a wider range of what is in the job creation law. And I think some of the items you understand, it is about the business licensing. This is because about the job creation. We established for the first time what we call the Indonesian Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is aimed to invite many strategic investors from abroad to come to Indonesia and to have a strategic partnership with our Sovereign Wealth Fund, which is called INA, and to build Indonesia, to optimize a number of assets and investment. First, of course, in the private investment. Sometimes I get this question, is the private business sector has any role in Indonesian Sovereign Wealth Fund? And the answer is a straightforward yes. Private sector is very important in our Sovereign Wealth Fund. It can come up as an investor. It can come up as a strategic investors at the operational level of our assets, our investment. And of course, INA, our Sovereign Wealth Fund INA, will continue to work. And I believe that some of you already follow the establishment. We already have the board of supervisors, the board of commissioners, and also the board of directors has just been announced, and now they are working with the many strategic partners to come up with the strong and professional sovereign wealth fund. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a very short, maybe a little bit elaboration about what the government is thinking about the tax incentives. Ladies and gentlemen, tax incentive is very important during the pandemic. Whenever the economy is under pressure, then tax incentive is something that is easy and will be able to be provided. Let me go back to slide number 18. In 2020, ladies and gentlemen, we provide tax incentives that already been used by according to some of the this is the income tax for workers. There are 131,000 firms that are making the benefit out of this, and it's amount to about 3.5 trillion tax relief. And also there are some incentives lowering tax to support the liquidity and for the business support. This is quite big. This is almost 40 trillion rupiah worth of tax relief. Incentives on the corporate tax rates. You all know that the government reduced the corporate income tax rates from 25% to 22%. This is worth around 12.68 trillion. Incentives for small, medium enterprises. And the COVID basically affect all of the taxpayers. Mostly, one of the most severe is the trade sector, manufacturing sector, and also construction sector. We provide tax incentives to thousands, I forget the exact number, but about thousands of what we call the Business Classification Index, or KLBI, and tax relief is being used to around 70% to 90% of the KLBI classification. And very specific for the value-added tax, the Directorate General of Tax right now is launching since last year what we call the acceleration of value-added tax. Up to 5 billion rupiah tax refund can be refunded directly without tax examination or tax audit. Up to 5 billion rupiah VAT refund can be refunded directly or accelerated. So this is also intention from the government to help the business sector, making sure that they have enough cash and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, let me close this, what I would like to share with you today. with two perspectives on the policies that has just been announced actually yesterday. That is the tax relief on the automotive, the value-added tax for luxury good on automotive, and also the value-added tax reduction on the property. Why these two? Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you one fact about our economy, especially from the consumption side. If we go to slide number 11, this is the slide. This is the slide about 11 is a slide about consumption in Indonesia. If you look at the graph below, the graphics below, we put the households from the poorest household to the richest household, and we divided the household into 10 categories. The poorest is on the left, so the 10% poorest, 20% poorest, 30% poorest, all the way to the right until the 10% richest in the country. The poorest actually spends more. They are able to spend more. Why they are able to spend more? Because, of course, COVID reduced their spending, but with COVID, they also receive government transfers. The government social protection money goes to the poorest more than to the richest. Of course, this is understandable. So the poorest actually spends more, but the richest actually spends less. They don't go shopping. We stop buying luxury goods, and the richest actually, they stop buying properties and they stop buying automobiles. Ladies and gentlemen, properties has a very strong multiplier in the economy because property sector actually linked with 185 other sectors in the economy. It's the factory of steel, is the cement factory, is the chemical industry, they also wooden industry, furnitures, mebels, and everything. They have a very strong multipliers. Right now, the property sector is stuck. Inventory is quite big. So the government decided that we would like the richer group of the population to spend their money. Let's give some incentives so that they spend their money so that the factories start to work again. So this is very important. Number two, the government also decided to provide the reduction in the value-added tax for the luxury of automotives. Why? Because the automotive factory is also standstill. A lot of inventory, and we aiming these incentives for the middle class who consume, who buys the mobile or automotives below or up to 1,500 cc, which is the middle class consumption. So we hope that the inventory can be absorbed because of the cheaper prices, and the companies start to work again. If the companies start to work again, we also limit our incentives to automotives that has minimum 70% domestic inputs. So this is also a way to get the domestic manufacturing to work. It is very important for our workers and also for our manufacturing industry. We will see. We hope that our middle class will go buy these long-term goods and will be able to serve as let me call like a jump start to the economy. So imagine an automotive that is out of battery, and we have to jumpstart the economy. But once the mobile actually the car is actually running, we have to take off the jump start. We have to take off the extra battery. So that is the time when we have to take off the tax incentives, and the car will go run again. So it is very important that this kind of jump start is taking place at the same time with the vaccination program. Vaccine is very important, and the jump start to the economy is very important. Timing is very important to all of us, because these two should go hand in hand, and we hope that the 2021 consumption will go back to positive territory, and investment will also go back to the positive territory growth, export import likewise, and the government consumption will continue to provide support as needed. But it is very important to keep in mind that the fiscal and the budget will have to come back to its consolidation fashion. So I think this is what we see about the economy in 2021. We hope that everyone would go through this pandemic, survive, and safe and sound, and we will be able to work for the economy and improve the economic growth of Indonesia again, to reduce poverty, to reduce inequality, and to provide income for the people. Thank you very much, Pak Tommy.
Thank you, Pak Suhasil, with a positive remark. Timing is very important. Hand in hand, in 2021, consumption and investment are expected to go back to positive territory. Okay, now allow me to ask you to stay a bit longer with us to ask questions. And I would like to invite Pak Hari to ask questions to Pak Suhasil. Bapak silakan.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Pak Suhasil. So allow me to ask something with regards to the fundraising, because some of the budget, the money is going to be given to the provincial government, basically, because of this additional money needed, to help the budget of the provincial government and also the kabupaten and kota, basically. Is it possible for the government to have a policy that the regional province, which is the healthy one, to issue municipal bond so that they can raise their own funding themselves without the help, at least that reduce the money given by the central government? So that would help also the state budget. That is my first question, if you don't mind.
Yep.
Number two, I'm just thinking, the retail sector is affected by the online business. Is it possible for the government to regulate that all the goods sold through the online has to be locally produced good, or at least more than 50% of the component has to be from the local, from Indonesia? So that would help boost the local business, also the retail business, so that they can sell their product to the online e-commerce. I mean, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hari. Pak Tommy, I will answer this right away. Number one, on the fundraising, especially the municipal bonds. Pak Hari, actually, this idea has been around for, I don't know, maybe like 5, 7, maybe even 10 years, in the last 10 years, Pak. And the discussion about the municipal bonds has been very, very interesting. In the past, Pak Hari, in the past, municipal bonds was actually seen as a way for the local government to raise more funds, raising more money. But ironically, Pak Hari, ironically, the local governments that are very active in pursuing these municipal bonds are the local governments that are very capable of managing the region. Actually, the richer regions. Richer regions, they are more capable to raise, to go to the capital market. So Pak Inarno, I already see the Pak Inarno here. Pak Inarno will be much more confident if the one who issue the municipal bonds is actually not the poorer region, but the richer region. Why? Because they have the better ability. But the richer region, usually there are plenty of cash. Actually, Jakarta before the pandemic, Pak Hari, is very rich in cash, and local governments in general usually have a cash balance that are always there in the bank. Now let me go to the pandemic period. Last year, there was a time when the total cash balance of local governments, province, kabupaten, and kota, cash balance of the government, total Indonesia hits around 200 trillion rupiah. The total cash balance of all province and also kabupaten and kota. At the end of the year, it went down to around 130 trillion rupiah. And this is December 2020, pandemic. In January, we look at the cash balance of all province, kabupaten, kota again, it was around 90 or 95 trillion rupiah. Cash is there now. So when we are talking about the municipal bonds, right now, of course, we move forward with a very cautious, especially during the pandemic. But I just would like to share my the experience before the pandemic. Even before the pandemic, it's very cautious. It is a source of financing, and I really hope that as the Indonesian economy is improving, there will be one or two provincial governments that are able, in terms of their asset management, in terms of the economic governance, will be able to use municipal bonds as a way for financing for better to build back better. Basically, that's a possibility. Right now, Pak Hari, the local government and the provincial kabupaten and kota can borrow from the APBN, from the central government. We open the line. So they may think that there might be some local governments who think that I would like to spend more money, I can pay it back in the future. Right now, the central government is opening a line of credit directly from the APBN. And this is almost like municipal bonds, but to the parent central government, so to speak, to their parents. So we will look at the development of how the local government is actually looking at this, and of course, at the end of the day, if it comes to the right time, municipal bonds is always a possibility for Indonesia. So that is for number one. Number two, the retail, especially the online. I think the very basic principles that we at the Ministry of Finance always try to put in place is the level playing field. Right now, online is improving, and the conventional trading fields that they are under unfair. It's unfair. The online can do everything. The government does not tax the online. So that's why when we mention about the online tax transaction, Pak Hari, we are thinking not only about the online. We are talking about the level playing field between the online transaction or online trading and also the conventional trading. The level playing field is also should be mentioned between the domestic output, domestic goods, and also the goods that are coming from imports. We understand that it is in the past our markets was also flooded by a lot of imported goods that are sold on the online platform. We now try to make sure that the level playing field as well by the ability of our custom and also Digitax to tax them at the border. So right now, border tax for the online goods are actually imposed, or the limit, the amount or the threshold of transaction is also put in place. The Digitax has also already put a tax for the online what is it called? Online services. I think the easiest way to explain is that a lot of in your gadget, in your handphone, you download a lot of things. Right now, if you download the songs or movies or videos that are payable, there is a value added tax. And the DGT is talking directly to the provider. So get the tax from the provider directly. And this is very important because why? It's not only because of the revenue, it is also because level playing field. Because if you buy the songs on the store conventionally in one of the shopping store, you will pay the value added tax. So if we buy from the online providers from abroad, the same value added tax should also be applied. This is there is a very strong debate at the international level, at the global level, at the G20 level right now about this tax compliance. For the value added tax, it is easier. Right now, a lot of market countries like Indonesia or India, even US is a market for certain products. They would like to also ask about what about the income tax of the providers that are abroad. Right now, this is more delicate in the G20, but I think G20 will be able to come to certain formula of tax distribution, especially the income tax distribution in the near future for the online and electronic transaction across the world. So that is my response, Pak. The level playing field, that is the key. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Swasil, and thank you, Pak Hari, for the questions. And allow me to read some questions that already came in here in our Zoom. And first, I will read from Andreas Haryono. You mentioned about strengthening fiscal policy and structural reform. COVID-19 came as the game changer. So how many years to get recovery of social and economic situation in post-pandemic?
Very interesting question. And I should say that it is no scientific date that people identified. If you ask when is the end, the best hope at this time is, of course, we have to maintain our health protocols wherever we go. Health protocols is number one. The next hope is the vaccines. And I think the scientific community has already announced that there is a possibility herd immunity can be achieved when the percentage of the population being vaccinated is at certain level. For Indonesia, our estimates is we will be able to get the herd immunity level if we vaccinate around 182 million population. This is what we are after now. And that is also the reason why since last year, Indonesia is very active in searching for vaccines. We must have the vaccines. If we have to import the vaccine, we will import it. And that is what is happening now. But starting last year, we tried to find vaccines in the global market. In the global market, that is very shortage, bigger demand compared to supply. But we also understand that in the future, it is not possible. It might be possible that our vaccine may be not only one shot for a lifetime. We might have to get series of vaccine shots during our life. This is not going to be one time. It is basically also saying that we probably have to admit that maybe COVID will be around us. A lot of will be around us longer than we think. But the best protection is the vaccine. So that is why, as also mentioned by Pak Menko Airlangga earlier, it is important for Indonesia to develop our vaksin merah putih. It is very important for us to have the domestic supply of vaccines. That is why we support the vaccine Merah Putih, and later if they come to the trial states and then later to the production states, we hope that Indonesia will be able to secure our own vaccine for our population. We may have to combine with the imported vaccines, but we also would like to make sure that we have enough vaccines for the whole Indonesian population, Pak Tommy.
Okay, Pak Suhasil, and you mentioned about expanding access for MSME and cooperatives through incentives subsidy, supporting programs, activities for impacted sectors. So this is a question from Rudy Rusdia. What the government will do, especially incentives for SME who work in digital transformation that may create jobs?
There is a number of sectors that can receive the tax incentives of different forms. So if you are in a digital transformation, you probably establish a business entity. You may be a perseroan terbatas, or you may be, or maybe you are a different form. You can get access to the financial sectors. Later, I believe Pak Wimbo will explain how the financial sector can support the businesses. You can, if you are still small, you can go for the kredit usaha rakyat, very small kredit usaha rakyat. And right now, the kredit usaha rakyat, all the interests are covered by the government. If you are a perseroan terbatas, you probably filing your tax for the employee tax or the workers tax. You are exempted at this time. If you are a perseroan terbatas and paying the regular corporate income tax, the monthly income tax, in 2021 you are exempted from you have a discount from the PPH Article 25. There are a lot of facilities. If you are a small, medium enterprises with an annual revenue less than 4.8 billion rupiah, your corporate income tax is final, and this year is paid for by the government. It's basically free income tax, free corporate income tax. You can also have an access to that. Contact your nearby tax office. They will be able to tell you if you are a business entity. They will be able to tell you what kind of eligibility that you might get. If you already have a credit from a bank, you can request for restructurization. There must be some terms and regulation that apply. But of course, your bank can also tell you, because OJK, and later Pak Wimbo can explain as well, OJK already announced instructions to the financial sector, including banks, how to help the business sectors through their banks' credit. So that is different ways of channels, Pak Tommy, that we provide. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Suhasil. And there's another question here, especially looking at the condition right now. The people's purchasing power is still not fully recovered, as well as lower inflation level. So could you please elaborate more on how impactful the distribution of PEN funds as per today?
Purchasing power is very important. Let me start with the consumption. GDP, Indonesian growth, is measured out of changes in our gross domestic product, our GDP. And in our GDP, consumption used to be more than half. More than half of our GDP, around 56-57%, is the consumption. Right now, since a year ago, we kind of stopped our consumption. You remember, I think it's one of you try to remember when was the last time you bought a nice pair of shoes. I think it's quite a long time ago. Probably in the last year, you don't care about shoes. You don't care about the dress. We still eat, but we don't stay at the restaurants for long hours, chit chat with families, with friends and everything. We stop consumption. We only consume the bare necessities. And that is what happening. So purchasing power among the middle up is there, but they are now waiting for the right time to spend. We hope, but with the more people get vaccines, people will go and more spending. There is a demand. There is a pent up demand. That's what we call. There is the amount of resources that are in your account, in your wallet, that are now waiting to go out. But we will never go out if we don't have confidence. It is very important. If we are still afraid about the health, we still afraid because we don't know who we're going to meet in the mall or in the restaurants or in the street, we will not do anything. We just stay. We just stay at home and we will wait. And we hope that more vaccines. Right now, I think this week we already have at the speed of around 200,000 shots per day for the vaccine. 200,000 shots per day is not fast enough. We should be faster. It's already been faster than compared to 2 weeks ago, but we need more. We need faster speed of vaccination. But as we have more and more people get vaccination, we hope that the confidence will start to be there. If the vaccines right now, this is I'm just checking on my screen, 2.7 million shots already. 2.7 million shots already in Indonesia. This has to be faster. If it can be faster, then we have more confidence. We will start spending. We will start looking for things that we didn't do in the last year. We start doing tourism again. Pak Hari earlier asked about the tourism. This is now waiting for the confidence part. And vaccine is our hope of confidence at this time. Of course, with the health protocols. You get vaccines, that is good. More and more people get vaccines. Please continue with the health protocols. Wearing mask, keep the distance, and wash your hands frequently. Pak Tommy.
Thank you, sir. Oh, and one last question for you, Pak Swahasil, especially when you mentioned in your presentations earlier about sovereign wealth fund. So do you have any updates or the latest update of sovereign wealth fund, and what kind of target do you see from this point of view?
The sovereign wealth fund, the law mentioned it as lembaga pengelola investasi, but in our daily conversation, we call it the Indonesian Investment Authority, and we rather abbreviate it with INA. So that is our nickname for this SWF, INA, Indonesian Investment Authority. We are aiming for INA to work and to invite foreign investment. So we would like the foreign investment to come and have a strategic partnership with INA. And then with this strategic partnership, they will finance and will provide equities to the Indonesian projects. It can be an existing projects already. It can be our infrastructure, such as the highway or the toll road or the airports or the seaports. It can be the existing by way of existing infrastructure or new infrastructure. It also possible. It is a matter of commercial calculation between the strategic investors and also the INA. This kind of sovereign wealth fund will be a long-term initiative. This is not supposed to be short-term profit looking at the profit motive at the short period of time. This is going to mobilize the foreign direct investment so that we can complement our debt-based development financing, leverage development financing by way of leveraging our equity. This should be an equity-based development financing. We know the sentiment about debt. Debt is very important for us even now, but we have to complement our debt with equities. So INA is a way to get equities into Indonesia. It's a foreign direct investment. The investment should come to Indonesia as an equity rather than as a debt. So we hope that the new board of directors of this INA will be able to get deals with the strategic investors. There are several strategic investors that already indicated their willingness to look at to put in money, and we hope that they will be able to administer that and come up with the actual project or the actual transaction very soon. It is very important to look at this INA because the first couple of transactions is the key. The first couple of transactions should give indications that INA is working professional with a great deal of integrity. Yeah, this is what we are aiming now. That is also the reason why 2 ministers from the cabinet are posted as the ex officio member of the board of commissioners of INA. This is to ensure that this is state represented by the government, but at the same time, this is also professionals, professionals who are working for the integrity of the transactions and also the governance of the INA. Pak Tommy.
All right, thank you so much, Pak Suhasil Nazara. So again, that was the Vice Minister of Finance, Suhasil Nazara. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Tommy. Thank you, Pak Hari. Everyone. Thank you.
Again, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now we move on to the next one. Indonesia's financial services sector, or FSS, continues to experience positive developments despite the downturn in global and domestic economic growth over the past 5 years and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. So moving forward, the FSS will continue to face various challenges arising from economic uncertainty and developments in the digital economy that are disrupting business models. So OJK's future commitments focus on the national economic recovery in the context of handling the impact from the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as building confidence to develop resilience and preparing the financial services sector. So now to discuss further about financial service authority strategies to boost the economy with the title, Financial Services Industry, Then and Now. Let's welcome the Chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Wimbo Santoso. Pak Wimbo, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Tommy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Good afternoon to all of honorable speakers. First of all, Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs, and also I see here Pak Suhasil, Vice Minister of Finance, and Pak Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. I see here also Pak Inarno Jayadi, CEO of Indonesian Stock Exchange, and also Pak Haritanu Sudibyo, Executive Chairman of MNC Group. Selamat siang, Pak Hari.
Selamat siang, Pak Wimbo. Terima kasih.
And all of the participants and also all of the audience. I would like to express my appreciation of the event organized by MNC Group. I believe this topic is very relevant this time, as we are really working very hard since last year, how to really bring the recovery of economy. My presentation is very brief, as all topic has been discussed, even by Pak Erlangga and also Pak Swahasil, and also a lot of questions that been addressed. I would like in brief explain about what we have done really to be survived during the COVID. Then the next is how to recover. It's very important. So I would like point out what our strategy going forward, 2021 onward, until we believe we have to reach the full recovery of our economy and financial sector. Of course, we will touch a little bit what looks like of our economy and financial sector of Indonesia. We are all know that the COVID is, the sources of, the people behaviors, changing, and also economic behavior, and even the social behavior of the people. People really not brave enough to move around freely, as to isolate himself to be infected by COVID-19 virus. Then the consequences is very, very, significant to the economy and also the financial sector, and also people confident to the business. So that's why the government also even echoes with some of the general policy, how to make sure that people not be really easily infected by the virus, using whatever it is, lockdown, semi-lockdown, or probably partly lockdown, whatever it is, that actually the objective is to make sure that people are not going to be affected by the virus freely. Then really how to make sure that the government not only about the initially how to prevent people from the infection, but also how to make sure that people can be still, ongoing, have enough food, they're still calm, not panic. Then also how to share, each other to make sure that helping each other and so on. So government actually, that is the first instance that the governor did in 2020, including how to distribute the social benefit. That's very, very strategic at that time. Then also really how to adjust the budget. Even the government, established LIU at that time, LIU number 1, then finally being a law number 2, 2020, to provide the government really flexibility, really to get a budget deficit. So and then also Bank Indonesia, OJK, LPS, we did together, collaboration, really how to put in very strategic platform on how to really to make sure that we, our people and our economy, financial sector survive during the crisis pandemic 2020. So actually, I would like to outline some what we did, especially in the financial sector, and of course, no doubt we collaborate with government, with Bank Indonesia, with all the government agency, and also the business community, how to understand it is and how to be supportive, really to execute the policy of the government. First, I think the first hit was the capital market. We understand, our stock index was dropped significantly. The lowest level was March 24. Dropped from 6,405, even was reached 6,500, and then dropped to 3,900 something by March 24. So that's actually what we did, how to bring the modest volatility, to make sure that people still have some confidence on this. That actually we are unable to really to avoid 100%, the construction on the stock index. But what we did is really to make sure that the construction is not too deep. And then finally, we designed a policy to bring the people confident. And then finally, we did hope that we'll recover. Then I think Pak Inano later on can explain in more detail. But really, we derive some policy, at least one, with tightening the auto rejection to make sure that, the volatility is not too large. And then I think the auto rejection is around 7%. Initially, more than that. If the initial stock index drop more than 7%, then we stop the trade. Then also we let the shareholder to buy their own stock, without a shareholder meeting, just to make sure that really bring confidence to the people, to make sure that they're not going to sell off of the particular stock. So finally, with associated with some of the policies that been designed, together, government, Bank Indonesia, and also OJK, finally, we bring confidence. Then finally, the stock index now gradually recovered. Now, I think the latest figures is 6,300 something. So I think know that people already are back to the market, even now a lot of basis of investor in the retail, then actually double than the normal condition before the COVID. I think more than 4 million retail investor in the market now. So then actually it is understand because now the medium upper income people they're unable to spend, as mentioned by Pak Sua, his presentation, that actually we sometimes here been quite sometimes we are not buying anything for sweet or for whatever it is. Even we never have any holiday anymore now. So that way, that's kind of the people saving is increasing, and then they have tried to penetrate their investment not only in the banking deposit but also in the capital market. Then it is huge number. Then let me explain what we did in the banking sector. Would you like to bring the slide to the? Then actually, we thought from the beginning, I think if we let it be, it was without any policy, I believe the borrower will unable to repay their obligation to the bank, even their obligation to any other party. Then the bank balance sheet would got hit because the non-performing loan will really soar. So that why how to really temporarily hold this, to avoid the regulatory default. Well, I mean regulatory default is as like the loan classification. We really let the bank to enter to a restructuring scheme without putting or posting the provision. So in a way that to make sure that the balance sheet of the banking or non-bank financial institutions still okay, yeah, because I believe this pandemic is temporary, not evergreen, yeah. Then actually I think the game changer would come, that we call it the how vaccine could be distributed to the people. Then now actually we see that people, start receiving the vaccine everywhere in Indonesia. Not only Indonesia, over the world. Then actually we temporarily let the borrower not be classified as the default, but under the late restructuring. Then of course, it is temporary. It was temporary. Initially, we estimated that around 1 year. But finally, we see that they need more room, to be recover. Finally, we again extended this measure by next year, March 2022. So that is the scheme, and that bring people confident to the economy of Indonesia. Then, of course, it is not only the how to a late restructuring scheme that been implemented, but we collaboration with Bank Indonesia and also Minister of Finance really to make sure that the liquidity in the market is still enough and even ample to bring the confidence of the people to the liquidity. Then finally, Bank Indonesia really gave some forbearance about the reserve requirement rule, then provide more liquidity to the bank or to the market, and also policy rate is more accommodative of the interest rate policy. That is very helpful, and then actually they bring people confident, and then interbank call money is quite stable up to now, and then even the liquidity, the excess liquidity in the banking sector is quite high, double compared to the normal condition. Then of course with the Minister of Finance, we are really appreciate that provide some some of them to stimulate the growth, people confidence, especially on the subsidy for the SME lending, and also guarantee for the SME lending. Then also even the guarantee not only for the SME but also the commercial and corporate lending, to make sure that all the debtor that under restructuring, they still have a room to get additional lending from the bank, by that restructuring scheme, and also government guarantee scheme that the fee is paid by the government. So that actually bring really a lot of confidence for the people, including the borrower, especially in the SME. Of course, it is not straightforward. Not straightforward. Back to the slide. It's not straightforward because I believe a lot of sector that has been quite deeply affected by the COVID, especially on the tourism, hotel, transportation, then also the restaurant. That actually is very difficult to be recovered without really people confident to do the social and economic activity. So the game changer about the vaccine is very important to bring the people confident to back to normal, doing their activity. So without this, it's very difficult really those sector to be recovered. Even the bank offer the lending to those sector, I believe those sectors themselves really unable to absorb because their operation is still below the normal condition. As like probably manufacturing, automobile, motorcycle, it's very difficult, to bring back the full capacity without demand. For the 5-star hotel, it's very difficult to recall their labor to bring to the job without any demand, without any full or probably back to normal of the visitor, including restaurant and also transportation. So again, I think the game changers, the vaccine is very important to bring people confident. Then I appreciate the government now in the last few weeks really has been spread out the people getting the vaccine. So I believe it is just a matter of time, then finally will be recovered. Then I would like to give you some of the figures. How big of the borrower that have been under restructuring? Not really as high as our expectation before. Initially, we expected around 25% from the total loan. But finally, the last figure is only 18%, even below 18%. And then I got from information from the bank, some of the borrowers start, repay their interest and their principal. So it's just a matter of time, really, how to bring them back to normal. Yeah. So not bad, but really we still cautious, to make sure that the people, really still confident, I believe it's not quite too long that people will bring their normal activity again, social and economic. So that way, just a matter of time. So compared to other country, as like probably in the country that rely on 100% the economic growth based on the tourism, it's really get worse, compared to Spain and also the country that they are the financial center, they got hit deeply compared to us. So actually, finally, I can show you the evidence that our GDP, getting even still minus, but getting lower and lower from 5.3 by mid of 2000, minus 5.3 2020, and then finally 3.5 by Q4. Then finally only minus 2 point something, it's very small compared to the previous one. So that one, that is a green shoot that the economy will recover. Then also I can show you some of the lay indicator or leading indicator. The consumption is increasing, and the selling of motorcycle month to month getting increased, Then also the I believe the manufacturing index, PMI getting almost back to normal. So I believe that's some of the leading indicator that we consider that to be a good indicator to be recover gradually, not instantly, by 2021 getting better, and also 2022. So of course, we are not going to be complacent on this. So together with government, we just recently initiated some additional measures how to speed up the recovery through the creating demand. As mentioned by Pak Sua in this presentation, the demand is very important, really, to as jump start, to create multiplier. So that way we concern with motorcycle and automobile, and also the residential area. That is the three area that we push as a jump start. Of course, we noted that a lot of room that we can also create, but could be the impact could be longer, as like probably on the on the agriculture, yeah, or forestry, that's okay, but will create impact quite longer. But for this one, it's instantly. So that why I appreciate the government really lowering the tax, from the motorcycle and also from the residential area. Then also we echo with some of our prudential measure. We, relax a little bit our prudential, keep the forbearance. The objective is really how to support demand and finally to support growth. I think the prudential here, we call it how to create a macro impact. Yeah, not for individual as micro prudential, but our prudential, the tool here is how to create macro impact on the increase in the demand on credit, and also finally also create a multiplier on several supporting sector, as like vendor and so on. So for the automobile industry, motorcycle, and also for the residential area. So I believe this kind of the coordination with all the government agency, so that why we believe that the speed of the recovery, especially on the multiplier on the three sectors that we mentioned, will be very high. And then we see, then we monitor closely by first quarter and second quarter and third quarter. Even we still open for some of the additional policy if necessary. I would like a bit on some of the highlight of the figures. Looks with our policy by 2020, even the non-performing loan, regulatory non-performing loan is 3.06. I think is still is quite far from 5%, the regulatory threshold. Yeah. Then, of course, the capital adequacy ratio is still quite ample, 20%. Then also the liquidity is quite ample. Yeah. Then loan to deposit ratio is 82%. That means that because, as I mentioned before, the sector as like manufacturing, and then hotel, transportation, even the lowering their loans balance from the bank, because they don't need such huge working capital loan from the bank. Even they lowering, and then only the loan growth is only supported by the SME. And then if we see the SMEs, because they got the subsidy from the government and also fully guaranteed, and then actually then supported by the SOE bank and also regional development bank. So I believe that's the source of the lending growth by 2020. But by 2021, there is some indication that, and even in total lending growth was minus 2.4 by 2020. But by January 2021, I think the minus is getting lower, which is minus 1.9 something. So that why the indication that looks finally going forward, the lending growth will be positive because of, as I mentioned before, the leading indicator is showing that now the demand is quite high. Then we push with some of the stimulus measures, using some of the regulatory measures and also the tax paying the government. So I believe that the balance sheet is still okay. Then actually just wait for recovery by 2021. Yeah. Then again, also for the capital market, as I mentioned before, I think they've been full recovered, they're confident. Yeah, then even by last year, a lot of people, business, they issued the, raising fund in the capital market as well. I think the total was really quite high, more than 100 trillion by 2020. So that by 2021, I believe will be higher. Then probably can reach around 150 trillion, roughly, by 2020. Why? Because yield is quite still very low. So I think the raising fund in the capital market is more preferable. Now, in terms of the lending growth compared to before the crisis, before the COVID, I would like to show you about the graph of the lending growth. Yes, of course, to respond the policy rate by the central bank, actually in the lending growth gradually been respond even now below already single digits. But of course, we come up with some individual bank, they show the different figures. Some bank, they offer a very low interest rate. Some bank higher because of their specific condition of individual bank. I think it's normal. But in aggregate number, I think the lending growth have been single digits. And we see that the corporate sector is 8.6, and then retail, and then that is lending base. And then actually, finally, I just, the message is, looks in this kind of situation, I think the response of the lending rate, of course, is not going to be one-to-one to the policy rates. We understand that the bank, they got burden on the loan restructuring that I mentioned before, almost 18%. Actually, they delayed their repayment on the interest. So they got burden on this. How to really to balance between how far that they have to respond to the policy rate and how far that, of course, they have to manage on their profit and loss. That is actually really very specifically depending on the situation of individual bank. But I believe that they respond, to the message that the policy rate has been lower than actually, and some, I believe that some individual bank, they respond accordingly. But I think it's quite really too detailed as we talk about individual banks. Then going forward, with some of the policy measures that been issued in the 2021, again, for the financial sector, especially the bank, we're confident that they can support, lending, accordingly, because we have enough liquidity, we have enough capital. Then again, for the economic growth 4.5, I think we don't have any constraint. How to make sure that the demand is there, so that why the policy, new policy by the government, is actually will create some more demand. Finally, can stimulate the higher lending growth by 2021. Then we're confident that the lending growth will be around 7.5. So of course we will monitor closely, but with some of the development by January 2021, so we still confident that 7.5 will be okay. But of course we will monitor closely by monthly. So July, and then of course we just as necessary, we can have some more additional policy. I think we're still open for this. Then actually, according to the business plan of the bank themselves, and the total is around 7.13. So that is the commitment from the bank, really to have the plan by 2021. Yeah. So I believe the situation is right. Is a good. I mean, even we believe that this is a good start for us, really to recover by 2021. Even we don't have any problem on the deposit rate. I mean the third-party fund that actually will still quite high. As really by 2021, the government is still very accommodative on the giving some of the stimulus to the economy. Then the impact will be some of the expansive from the expansion from the budget deficit and also from the central bank. So that's all my brief explanation what's going on by 2022, and then what we believe happened by 2021. So really we very pleased to have some open discussion, Pak Aritano and also Mas Tommy. Then actually, sorry, I think very briefly, because if we are too detailed, I think I believe we provide more time really for dialogue and discussion. Thank you. I bring back the floor to Mas Tommy and Pak Hari. Thank you, Pak. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Pak Wimbo, for your presentation. And allow me to read some questions from the participant first. This is from Rudy Setiawan. What is the policy from the OJK to encourage the high liquidity in banks reflected by high CASA to real sectors?
Okay. Again, the question is, now I'm not mistaken, what the policy of the OJK to make sure that the bank have enough liquidity, and also how to really to get financing to the real sector. That's the question. Sorry, I'm not quite clear, Mas Tommy.
Yes, I think what you said is right, sir. To encourage the high liquidity in banks.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mas Tommy, you see the loan deposit ratio is 82%. That means a lot of liquidity now in the bank. Of course, I talk in aggregate number. I'm not going to touch individually. Of course, if we talk individually, it's different. But in aggregate number, 82% of loan to deposit ratio, that means around, you can imagine 18%, the deposit money from the customer is put on the excess liquidity. Then I can show you the number, the excess liquidity in there is more than 2,000 something trillion. Yeah. So that's double than the normal condition. Of course, I can show you the number. Of course, it show the number. So that's double than the normal number. That's possible because first, Bank Indonesia lowering the reserve requirement. Yeah. The second, the government gave the fiscal stimulus. Yeah. That means that's out of the government system. So out of the government system and then to the financial sector. You see the number is almost double. The normal condition is only 1,200 trillion, now 2,219 trillion. You see, actually in terms of the aggregate number, we don't have any problem on that. That is by design, not by chance. It is by design. Then even by 2020, government also put their money in the banking sector, 66 trillion rupees, yeah, as deposit money in the bank. Even the bank multiply by 4 to give the lending to the SME especially. So I think it is the policy coordination between fiscal, monetary, and financial sector. So that's by design, not by chance. Then we still maintain this. We are not going to sterilize very soon to make sure that they have enough liquidity to lend. Yeah. But I believe it is deepening the demand. Even the money isn't there. If the demand is not there, I believe very difficult for the bank to lend the money to the people. So that's it. So that why the government create the policy to stimulate the demand by the lowering the tax for the automobile and also the residential housing. And also we, OJK and Bank Indonesia, lowering the prudential standard temporarily to make sure that the demand will be there. Yeah, and then that is actually the jump start as mentioned by Pak Suwan. I believe I answer your question, Mas Tommy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And please stay with us. Allow me to invite Pak Hari Tansudibyo to ask questions to Pak Wimbo. Silakan, Pak Hari.
Thank you very much, Pak Wimbo, for the explanation. Allow me to have just one question. Is there any intention or policy to relax the lending, basically from the bank, in order to push investment? Because as we know, I think 2021, it looks like the economy will start to rise again compared to last year. And so that would reduce also the dependence on the government spending. So at least government spending and investment will rise together to push the economy in Indonesia.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hari. First, you know, the restructuring scheme that we offer to the bank is actually not the normal lending standard, no. But even we let the bank to refinancing, to add some lending to the borrower that under restructuring. Very clear, please do it. You know. Of course, with some indication that their business been start, you're moving. An example, of course, if the hotel, the occupation rate is still very low, there's no point, really, even the owners of the hotel to borrow the money from the bank. No point. Yeah. Even, of course, for instance, for the automobile manufacturing, no point. They are to reopen fully their operation by recall back the employer 100%. No point. And then also, of course, no point really to raise fund from the bank. So that's actually is normal. But when it is start, when the occupancy rate of the hotel has been probably need some more working capital, then of course we let the bank to keep some more lending, working capital, even guaranteed by the government. So that's actually the restructuring themselves is actually has been part of the lowering the standard. And the normal condition, Pak Ariana, are going to let them do this. If they are unable to repay the loan, of course, yeah, that has been considered as substandard. If the loan has been more than 3 months or 4 months that not been paid, yeah, by interest, then actually probably the classification will be getting worse. So, but no, with this kind of the policy, you still consider as performing loan. Yeah. Then actually, again, the standard is you are not necessary to post, you know, the provision. You know. Then that's actually also again the normal standard. So I believe, but again, that is the next when their business been some of the indication that getting back to normal, or probably they come to the bankers, look, there is some, probably for the transportation, look, people have been moving around again, back to normal, and then we need additional working capital. I think you can do. That's the scenario, Pak Hari. So I believe that's actually we can do what really objectively address the issue. We are not going to blindly really to very aggressively giving lowering the standard, lending standard, but there is no impact. That's actually my explanation, Pak Hari. Hopefully helpful.
Thank you, Pak.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pak Wimbo, and also thank you to Pak Hari for the questions. And allow me to read the next one. It's coming from one person. It's anonymous, but he or she asked two questions. So first one is, Pak Wimbo, how effective are loan solutions to support and encourage the performance of MSMEs, considering the potential credit risk for banks in the distribution of UMKM credit, especially during the pandemic, potentially quite high? And the second one, based on preliminary information from several news, there are lots of liquid funds deposit increasing, and the benchmark interest rate is already very low. So in our view, the biggest factor is because the bank still provides credit or mortgage interest rates that are still high. Reportedly, the net interest margin of bank credit in Indonesia is still the largest in Asia. So what is the strategy for this? Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Tommy. I think the first question is about how effective loan solution. Then actually I'm not going to claim that the loan will be back to normal. The growth will be back to normal without demand. I think demand is very important. I believe there is no demand. That means the hotel, there is no occupancy. Transportation, there will be no passengers. Yeah, the restaurant will be no visitors. What we mean with the demand is really demand for the people, again, a lot of services. Yeah. So I think the demand is very important. Even the loan standard, if we lowering loan standard, if no demand, meaningless. Then again, the interest rate, even we lowering interest rate, if there is no demand, it's useless. So the demand is the center that we tackle together by government, other government agencies. And then again, where will be the increasing of the demand if people are like us been quite brave enough really to move around as the normal condition. We go to restaurant, chit chat with the people, meeting outside, traveling. Without those, it's very difficult. Really, we can, confident that the demand is there. The demand not there, then actually it's very difficult to have a loan growth. So that the sequencing is very important. Yeah. So I believe all bankers inform to us, but look, the loan facility is there, but the borrower, really no appetite to disburse their loan because, the activity is not normal. The occupancy of the hotel is still very low. The load of Garuda is still very low. Then the restaurants, no one coming. If you see the hotel in Jakarta, in the daytime, almost silent. How to make sure that will be a demand? So I think back to about the COVID as game changers, everything. So it's very important. Yeah. So I believe anything that we discuss finally back to the how to make sure that people confident to move around doing the social and economic activity. Without this, it's very difficult. Just dreaming to be recovered. So the game changer is very important, yeah, to make sure that. So me myself actually traveling a lot, even in the with very tight protocol to make sure that see how confident people moving around. Of course, in the large city is very low, they're confident, but in the small city they are a bit more confident. Yeah, so that why the loan growth by the regional development bank is higher, 5.6% positive, and then the profit is quite almost normal for the regional development bank because their business in the rural area is okay, only in the large city. As like people, as like Pak Hari, Pak Tommy, Pak Inarno, I don't think that you spend your weekend with your family doing normal as like before the COVID. I don't think so. Yeah. So that why that is Pak Tommy, yeah, for the how to make sure the loan will be back recover. A lot of things that we have to consider. Of course, we push the lending rate lower, yes, but with very careful, and of course we tackle one by one, then to make sure that not creating any distortion to the individual institution or individual bank. Then of course low interest, yes, it is essential, but really not really the only answer. But we really encourage the bank who has room really to lowering interest rate of the lending as well. Just something I believe they do it. Yeah. So that is the response to this question, Mas Tommy. Thank you.
All right, sir. And allow me to ask you one more.
Okay.
Can you clarify your guidance regarding the minimum capital for digital bank in Indonesia? Is there any minimum capital requirement for banks to get the digital bank license?
It is a good question, Mas Tommy, but it is too early to be answered and to be discussed. Yeah, too early. So we a lot of things that we have to really to consider. Yeah, as I mean, the only thing that has been discussed in the board looks, the bank, licensed bank, the current licensed bank is really allowed to have the virtual bank, digital bank. But actually sometimes you're interchangeable between the digital bank and bank digital. Sometimes people, are not aware that there is a big difference on this. The one is actually we allow by design and has been quite some time. We let the bank even be encouraged to transform their business, then business process, their product to be a digital basis. It's very clear. So that has been everywhere. So we don't need anymore to come to the bank to transfer money to my kid everywhere in the world. Yeah, we just stay from home anytime, 24 hours, just open the gadgets, send the money everywhere in the world. So that we encourage this kind of, we call it the digital bank. In Bahasa Indonesia, we call it virtual bank is more important. That means that is the bank that fully virtual in terms of their license. That is the issue that we still in the discussion. And then we actually, the policy now, let the bank that has a license, the current license bank, to open the virtual bank as a subsidiary, whatever the platform. But we not really decide really whether the standalone virtual bank without under the subsidiary of the license bank. We don't have any decision on this. So the no decision, that means we don't have any But I believe if we really can serve the virtual banking by having parent licensed bank, I believe that's enough for now to serve the people with the digital platform on the virtual bank. I believe it is very clear, Mas Tommy.
Okay, Pak Wimbo, sorry, there's one more question. Allow me to ask this.
No problem. Three more is fine for me. Three more is fine.
All right, sir.
Pak Hari, whether Pak Hari let you to have some more questions.
All right, Pak Wimbo, if banking sector got the relaxation for bank credit restructuring policy to March 2022, is there any relaxation plan to implement to the private company bond?
I'm not sure what question. Can you
yes,
straightforward on this?
If banking sector got the relaxation for bank credit restructuring policy to March 2022, is there any relaxation plan to implement it to private company bond?
I'm not, I mean the restructuring plan of the bank or the borrower, I'm not quite sure.
It's just for the private company bond, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Really, I don't have any plan anymore for the next stimulus policy. Then, really, just I believe with the policy that we've been released a few weeks ago. Then that's with monitoring on this. Then finally, if it is really give a positive impact, I don't think that we need some more additional policy by 2021.
All right, Pak Wimbo, thank you so much for your presentation and your answers today. And it's certainly fruitful and engaging for us. Again, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the chairman of the Board of Commissioners of the Indonesia Financial Services Authority, Wimbo Santoso. Pak Wimbo, thank you again.
Thank you. Thank you, Pak Ari, Mas Tommy, Pak Inaro. Thank you very much. Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on now to the next one. During pandemic, domestic investors have dominated transaction in the country's equity market, including a rush of interest of first-time investors. Domestic investors' dominance might also be caused by rising interest from first-time investors in the stock market during the health crisis. Many believe the dominance of domestic investors would have a positive impact, as the JCI would be less volatile in the long run, especially if many of those investors were investing for the long term. The IDX and the country's financial market regulators still have to continue raising the public's awareness of investing in the stock market to balance out the number of funds in the banking industry. So how the Indonesian Stock Exchange support to boost the economy? You're welcome to put your questions in the Q&A box and also in the YouTube questions or YouTube chat in the box. So now, let's welcome, with the title of The Rise of the Stock Market in Supporting Economic Recovery, allow us to welcome President Director of Indonesian Stock Exchange, Inarno Jayadi. Pak Inarno, the time is yours. Pak Inarno, can you unmute your voice, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay. Thank you, Tommy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished speakers, Bapak Erlangga Hartarto, Coordinating Minister of Economic Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Swahasil Nazara, Vice Minister of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Sandiaga Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Wimbo Santoso, Chairman of the Board of Commissioner of the Financial Services Authority, Bapak Haritanu Sudibyo, Executive Chairman of MNC Group, Pak Hari, selamat siang, selamat sore, and also the participant in this forum.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity. It is an honor for me to share with you all about the rise of stock market in support for economic recovery, along with the distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the snapshot of IDX performance on 2020 until the end of February 2021. From the growth of GCI in the recent months, we can see that investor optimism has returned, as shown by year-to-date GCI performance plus 4.4 last Friday. On the other side, since November last year, the value of transaction consistently stays in the range of 18 trillion rupiah per day. This has become the highest daily transaction record ever on IDX. However, we remain cautiously optimistic with the current market condition because of so many factors driving market sentiments recently. I will share several things that we think influence the spike of trade value, why we still need to maintain our expectation toward the capital market condition this year. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the following slide shows the global market indices with market capitalization more than 100 billion US dollar. On a year-to-date basis, the majority of global stock exchange posted a positive trend in 2021 after the intense pressure in 2020. As we can see, our Indonesia capital market posted 4.4 growth this year after a rocky market condition in 2020 with the lowest drop of minus 37%. Ladies and gentlemen, on this occasion, we would like to introduce to all of you our new industrial sector classification, which was effective on 25th January 2021. We used to have 9 sectors, but now we have reclassified them into 11 sectors, following the sectors classification trend from the global financial market. We expect that it will be easier for the investor to analyze and compare the performance of the companies in each sector and may help them to make their investment decision. If we see it on year-to-date basis 2021, the technology sector has the highest growth at the level of 188%. Followed by finance and basic material sector. This is certainly in line with the investor expectation that people behavior during the new normal period will greatly depends on the use of technology, and this is also in line with the investment behavior in various global stock exchanges. Ladies and gentlemen, here I want to share with you that the government action regarding mass movement restriction or PSBB greatly impacted market sentiment. We can see that upon relaxation phase was greeted with positive market reaction as seen both on the lower slide. It can be seen in the graph on the left that shows that sectoral index performance during March to May 2020 PSBB, and after that, June to September 2020 PSBB, the market hopes that PSBB relaxation can boost a real economic performance so that the market has bought in toward this event. As it popularly said, the stock market always look forward. The same applies to the PSBB from September to October 2020, which was then relaxed from October to December 2020. In this period, a spike growth in the index was accompanied by the approval of the use of vaccine for emergency conditions, coinciding with positive sentiment coming from globally, namely the US presidential election. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide. 2021 is a year filled with hopes for the economic recovery. And this is reflected in the high trading activities on IDX for the last 3 months. We recorded high transaction activities, which are the new record since privatization of the stock exchange in 1992. We note that the average daily trading value reached 18 trillion rupiah per day, or almost twice than last year average. Then there was also a spike in the trading frequency, which reached an average of 1.6 million transactions per day, and was the highest among Asian for the last 3 years. This was followed by a spike of the trading volume that reached more than 20 billion shares per day. Of course, this spike of trading activities is certainly a very extraordinary thing, and this can only happen with the support and roles of all stakeholders. On the other side, here with IDX and together with SRO, KP and KC, we will continue to give special attention to the continuity of the trading infrastructure so that we will be able to provide the large transaction needs of all investors. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, the trading spike for the last 3 months was highly influenced by the remarkable growth of new investors. We can see that the use of technology in the new normal era gave positive impact on the investor growth since last year, thanks to its ability to reach much higher number of participants with a huge area coverage at the same time, meaning we can educate so many new potential investors at a very short term with lower costs, but without compromise to quality. In terms of the increase of the number of investors, as February 16th, 2021, we had reached new milestone of 2 million stock investors and 4.4 million total capital market investors. The average number of active investors until last month was 239,000 investors per day. Then if we look at the composition of investor base on the trading activities, 2020 was the year where the domestic investor was rising, especially our retail investor. On the bottom right graph, we can see that retail investor composition was the largest, up to 48% from the total average daily trading value, 9.2 trillion rupiah 2020. The retail composition skyrocketed 40% since the last 5 years and jumped up to 70% this year, 2021. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, from the supply side, we can update that as of the end of February 2021, there have been 7 new listed companies in IDX with total fund raised of 2.7 trillion rupiah. Thus, bring the number of total listed company to 720 companies. When compared to the number of IPO among Asian stock exchanges, Indonesia had the highest IPO for 3 years in a row based on EY Global IPO Trend Report. This growth is expected to continue positively in 2021 because we note that there are 27 potential listed companies in our pipelines. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, to support economy recovery in Indonesia, IDX also continue to develop capital market product offered to investors. As can be seen in this slide, the most popular methods of fundraising are IPO and bond issuance. In addition, the Indonesia capital market has facilitated fundraising through ABS, asset-backed securities, namely collective investment contracts with underlying financial assets from a collection of bills, for example, house mortgages, with current main issuer is PT Sarana Multigria Finansial. Then there is also ABS GSM or 01, Jasa Marga, published by Mandiri with Jagorawi toll revenue as its underlying and others. In addition, there are also DIRE and DINFRA with underlying assets in the form of buildings and infrastructure projects. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, fundraising. Fundraising through the Indonesian capital market has grown every year, and it is used as an alternative funding solution for companies in Indonesia. This also shows that capital market industry is increasingly recognized by all of the Indonesian people. It can be seen that after 2009, 2008, if we remember, there was a crisis, after 2009, where the global economic crisis occurred, the average growth of fundraising in Indonesia capital market reached 20% by 2020 and is expected to continue to grow in 2021. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, to continue to strengthen the services and maintain the momentum of growth in Indonesia capital market, IDX together with OJK and SRO have launched a series of strategic initiatives in 2020. All of these initiatives are aimed to strengthen the services that we can provide for prospective companies and also expanding capital market instrument and product, and expanding trading infrastructure for the bond market, as well as strengthening the infrastructure for information disclosure, and of course to support Indonesia capital market investors. IDX together with OJK have also completed the roadmap for Sharia capital market for the next 5 years as an effort to strengthen and deepen the Sharia-based capital market in Indonesia. Meanwhile, in 2021, IDX development focus is to increase capital market deepening, followed by increasing process efficiency and transparency. Some of the main initiatives include developing investor education portals, improving trading mechanism, pre-closing, market orders, periodic orders, optimizing the surveillance system, developing the exchange member collocation system, and also optimizing SPPA services, and plans to launch new indexes and products as a reference for investor investment. Of course, these developments are aimed to develop a better and more reliable, orderly and fair and efficient capital market industry. I think that is all I can share with you on today's opportunity. Back to Tommy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pa Ivano, for the presentation, and allow me to read some questions from the participants.
Yeah.
And the first one is from Arif Irwansa. How many suitable investors in Indonesia to improve IDX stock market, and what the stock market would do for pandemic situation like this, sir? That's from Arif Irwansyah.
Okay. Can you repeat it again? I'm distracted. Sorry.
Okay. How many suitable investor in Indonesia? So this is about local investor in Indonesia to improve IDX stock market. And the second one, what will the stock market do for the pandemic situation like this time?
Okay. 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 I think if we talk about the investor, yeah, we have to look at our retail investor. Yeah. Now, if I'm not mistaken, our millennial and generation Z, yeah, it's the dominant in our investor. Yeah. Age 40 years old and below is 70% of our investor. Yeah. So I think if we talk about a local investor right now, the most dominant investor, retail investor, is millennial and Gen Z. And the second question, what is that? Sorry, Tommy.
Sir?
Yes, sorry. The second question, the stock, what?
Okay, the second one, what would the stock market do in this pandemic era?
Okay. Of course, to boost deepen the market, we always increase the supply and also the demand. Okay, from the supply side, we have to be more what you call it? We have to give more alternative to the investor for the variety of product. Okay, so that and also we boost the supply side, the IPO companies listed in IDX. Of course, it is not only how much the listed company, but also the quality of the companies. Okay, and from the Ministry of Ministry of State-owned enterprise has already
State-owned enterprise.
State-owned enterprise has already said that will be 12 more companies listed state-owned enterprise in Indonesia. And from the demand side, if you look at our activities or initiative, yeah, this pandemic have a good very good to the technology. In 2020, we have initiative. I think around 9,000 initiative in education and social literacy. Okay. And the participant is 1.3 million. So in 2021, we also concentrate to deepen the market from the supply side, and also from the demand side. We will have more activities in education and literacy in our strategy. That is our answer. Is it answer your question, Tommy?
Yes, sir. And there's another question from Katarina Vincentia.
Yeah.
Especially when we are started with the very optimistic data with the growing number of investors. So how far will JCI implement to boost literacy in stock market, especially with a positive record so far? You mentioned about education and stuff, but can you elaborate more on that?
Okay. Well, thank you, Tommy, for the question. Of course, we will boost the literacy and education. We have with Pak Hari, yeah, we have TV, yeah, we have TV, IDX TV, IDX Channel, yeah. We have 30 kantor perwakilan, representative office in 30 provinces. And we also have 408, right now it's more than 500 gallery investasi. Gallery investasi is gallery that we work together with the university around in Indonesia. Yeah, so that is our distribution for education and literacy. And we have also a sister company named Teach Me, yeah, which is only specializing in education and literacy, yeah. They have sekolah pasar modal, yeah, sekolah pasar modal level 1, 2, or 3, and which can be taken for the whole investor through surround in Indonesia. So we will boost that kind of our initiative. Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you, Pak Inarno, and allow me to invite Pak Hari Tanusudibyo to ask questions to you, sir. Silakan, Pak.
Thank you, Tommy. Thank you, Pak Inarno.
Thank you, Pak.
It's very encouraging. The stock market has been growing very, very fast in terms of the number of investors, in terms of the value, in terms of the frequency. It's a very good news actually for the economy.
Yep.
My question relates to whether there is a possibility or intention of the stock exchange to have another exchange similar like Nasdaq, to accommodate small losing company, startup to be listed, so that all this medium-sized company can also enjoy the privilege of the stock market. Yeah, okay. So that is my question, but thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Hari. Actually, we have an initiative on that, Pak Hari. We have main board, we have development board, and the last one is the acceleration board. Yeah, that was used to accommodate the startup and the small medium enterprises, Pak Hari. So that is our initiative.
Okay. So now basically it's already there, and small company can do IPO even though they are still a company.
Yeah. And also, Hari, for information, we have talked to the unicorn, yeah, to list it in IDX also. Yeah, we have several times meeting with them and talk about what can we support for them to be listed in IDX.
Okay, Pak. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hari.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Hari, dan juga thank you, Pak Inarno. There's another question here I would like to ask to Pak Inarno.
Yes, please.
Especially looking at the future of capital market in Indonesia, is there any concern or challenges do you see for the Indonesian stock market in the future?
Okay, if we look at the challenge, I think this is not the challenge. This is the opportunity. Yeah, the future of the capital market, I think, yeah, is the retail investor. Yeah, So in the future, I think the retail investor will be increased and will be big enough so that our capital market will be resilient to the global market volatility.
So this is about the retail stock investors. And what is your opinion about the massive number of it? Will this situation affect the capital market volatility with high speculation? And how do you handle this?
Okay, I think to handle the market volatility, we have several parameters, yeah, like UMA, unusual market activities. If it is unusual, we will stop the market, stop the trading, and then also if it is unusual, we will stop for several, and then we have to the issuer have to give or explain to the market, to the investor first, and then after they explain the information, and then we open it again. So that is several initiatives that can reduce the volatility in the market. And also for the pengawasan, surveillance, yeah. We have more active surveillance. Yeah.
Okay, Pak Inarno, allow me to ask you this question from one of our participants. Is from Gary Vincentius Sajuti to Mr. Inarno. How Bursa Efek Indonesia or IDX anticipating the stock market dynamics with the presence of cryptocurrency recently or other investing instrument?
Okay, that is a difficult question, actually. We never, there is no cryptocurrency in IDX, yeah. And how to, I think regulators like central bank has already give the policy on them. That is more to central bank.
Thank you, Pak Inarno. And how do you see the capital market in the future, like 2 years or 3 years from now?
I think if you can see the 2021, yeah, it is 2020, yeah. There's a lot of achievement, yeah. There's a lot of record, yeah, in terms of total investor, in terms of we have achieved more than 2 million investor saham, stock investor. And the frequency, if you look at the frequency, we are the highest among Asian, yeah. We are now 1.6 million frequency trade in the stock market compared to Thailand and Vietnam, 500 or 600,000 trade a day, yeah. So in the future, I think there's still room. I think Pak Haritanu agree on this, yeah. There's plenty of room to growth for capital market. Agree, yeah, Pak Hari, yeah?
Hari, would you like to add this, especially looking at the future of our capital market, Pak Hari?
Stuck, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, my Zoom got stuck just now. I started the business 31 years ago, managing my stockbroking company. So I started from the capital market, from the stock market. So actually, in economy, financial market can be divided into two: capital market and basically money market. Money market is more dominated by the banking sector, and capital market is dominated by the stock market and also long-term debt market, which is the bond market. So it's actually very important as a vehicle to support the growth of the economy also for long-term funding. So basically, we believe with the future of Indonesia to become top 5 largest by 2045, then stock market will be very big in Indonesia. Pak Inarno mentioned about the number of investors, only what, 4 million, but I heard something.
4.3, yeah.
4.3 million, it's a very small number compared to the size of the population, 270 million something. And we know the size of the productive age group, those who are under 65 years old below, more than 90% in Indonesia. So basically the percentage of the investors in the stock market compared to the productive age group of the population is only basically 2%. Yeah, that's one indication. The second indication, the total fund under management by reksadana in Indonesia, I think it's only maybe, I would say 300 trillion, maybe. It's not that big. Yeah. Because it's, we have a few, and it's mixed for the stock market and also for the fixed income market. And the total third-party fund in the bank is more than 6,000 trillion. So it's just a fraction, very small, only 5% maybe. The total fund under local reksadana mutual fund, out of the total third-party fund in the bank. If we look at the global market in the US, where they have established economy, actually the total fund under management by the asset management company is comparable to the size of the third-party fund in the bank. So just imagine, basically my point, someday if the money under asset management increase significantly, then that all money will go to the capital market and bring the stock market. So we have to be very optimistic. So I'm very optimistic with the stock market, and I'm also very optimistic with the Indonesian economy. That's why in my speech in the morning, actually after lunch, I mentioned very clearly, basically, MNC Group has started investing again. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Pak Hari, and also Pak Inarno. There's another question from the participant. Is there any new rules from IDX to allow unicorn startup IPOs or dual listing, Pak Inarno?
Yes, I think we already talked with the unicorn. One thing is about the multi-voting shares, and we are talking with the OJK, and several things that we cannot disclose right now, but we are trying to help or trying to listen to the unicorn, and of course talk with the OJK, and hopefully that one of the unicorn will be listed this year.
Okay, Pak Inarno, this is the next one. What is your view regarding to the rise of the new digital economy, or ESG, environment, social governance stock recently? For example, if we see like Gojek's bank can be valued for over than 100 times of PBV.
Yeah. Well, that's a new phenomena that we have to used to. That is the we cannot only use the traditional count, the traditional method. We have to also look at the other method that for the unicorn, for the startup and unicorn.
Arno, this is Awesome, because so many questions coming into us right now directly to you. So allow me to read some questions here. From Rico Pambudi, there's an argument says that the market stock now is not related to the economical fundamental anymore because of the freedom of market makers that can increase and decrease as much as they want. So what do you think about this argument? Do you agree or not? And what is the reason?
I'm not totally agree with that because always, always capital market look forward. Yeah. If there is a issue or rumors about vaccine, let's say vaccine, even though vaccine is not here, but if the news about vaccine, there is a vaccine, already a vaccine, and then the market directly directly respond. Okay, so I think always, always capital market look forward.
All right, Pak Inarno, this is another one. What is your comment related to Tokopedia and Gojek's IPO as the market capitalization?
Very good. That is, I think, for the unicorn, we are blessed. Yeah, we have so many unicorn among Asian, and we have to motivate them to list it in Jakarta, to list it in Bursa Efek Indonesia. That is good, very good. Yeah, in my opinion.
Read through this is a lot of stuff coming in, to be honest, Pak Inarno.
Okay, no problem.
Sorry for this. Okay, what is
it's
the
okay.
possibility?
Okay,
sorry, this is from Medan. Let me read through. Okay, what is the possibility for capital inflow to our stock market in 2021?
2021. Okay. I think up to now, the inflow is positive. Yeah, up to now. I don't know exactly how much is 14 trillion for the shares. Okay. I hope, I expect that this year is bigger or investor is beginning to inflow again. So it will be positive compared to last year. Last year is negative 34 trillion, I think.
Okay, this is a good remarks to start the year of 2021. So what are the best sectors do you believe will be a proper or good investment in 2021, sir?
Well, if I think I'm not probably Pak Haritanu will can help me about the sector, but I think consumer goods is good, and also probably I think Pak Hari could help me about this. Thank you. Sorry.
The sector. The question is about the sector,
yes.
The good sector in the stock market.
Yes, good sectors.
Well, anything related to the mass people. So because that means we have a big demand. So that means consumer good. And we have now a COVID situation. So people are very health conscious. So pharmaceutical should be good. And I think with the presentation that we saw from Pak Erlangga and also Pak Wimbo, and then also Pak Wamen, Finance Minister, Deputy, the Vice Minister of Finance. Basically, the economy is going to start to rise again. So basically, infrastructure should be good. The government will push the development of infrastructures. And what else, which is good? I think anything related to technology should be good, because everything is moving into technology. And those that relate to digital internet, yeah, because we are now under the 4.0 situation. It's called basically the disruptive economy. Everything is moving into digital. It's not only the media business, but any sector. Banking is moving into digital banking. Retail is moving into e-commerce. So basically, those sectors should be good. Yeah. Well, I just can explain from the big picture, but anyway, we have to do stock selection also.
Yeah.
Because some of the some of the stock, the price has been basically rising very high. So we have to also see the multiple.
Okay, Pak Hari and Pak Indarno, there's one last question from the participants. This is from Yemima Ellen. Thank you for Mr. Indarno for the presentation. So my question is, do you think the digital financial innovation, also known as inovasi keuangan digital, have been able to support the growth in the capital market to its maximum potential?
Yeah. Okay. I agree that the digital can boost the market. Yeah. Especially for the distribution. Yeah. It can distribute the IPO. Yeah. From the digital. That's why we have e-IPO. Yeah. It is there is a same possibility for the investor, not only in the big city, but also in a small city, have same chance to get the IPO listing. Yeah, that is one of the benefit for the capital market, and also for the opening account. Yeah, with the digital. Before this crisis, before pandemic, it takes 14 days. Right now, with the digitalization, the last only 2 hours or 3 hours. Yeah, it give a lot of positive to the capital market. I agree, Tommy.
All right, Pak Indarno, thank you so much for answering those questions and also your presentation. Again, ladies and gentlemen, that was Pak Indarno Jayadi, President Director, Indonesian Stock Exchange. Thank you again.
Thank you, Pak Hari. Thank you very much, Pak Hari.
Thank you, Pak Indarno. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Tommy.
Okay, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to chat with Pak Hari Tanusudibio, especially if we look at the situation right now, Pak Hari, especially in 2021. And can you share with us your experience, especially doing business before and after pandemic situation in Indonesia?
Okay, thank you, Tommy, for asking the difficult question. Basically, I like to tell everyone while we are waiting for Pak Sandiaga Uno, because we finished earlier than the schedule. So let me share my experience managing before and after or during this COVID situation. Actually, what happened, a lot of business models are not relevant anymore to be implemented, to be executed during this pandemic. We know actually digital has been moving very fast, all the internet. Retail was affected in the past before the COVID. But when the COVID happened, retail got affected because retail need physical presence. You have to come. And everybody is moving into basically digital. So it's accelerate the development of the digital business or internet business, like e-commerce. We see that. And then basically including mobile banking now is becoming more active, including stock trading using internet, as that happened in our case. Like we have basically MNC Securities, the activity and the account has been growing by 8 times in January this year compared to last year, January 2020. So basically, it changed a lot of this model. So we have to be able to see the situation, whether we have to change our model. It's happened to our hospitality business also. You know, we have hotels. What I see with this COVID situation, hotel for business travelers, in particular 5-star, yeah, where we depend on the international travelers. During this COVID situation is not good, but even post-COVID, it may not be good in terms of the occupancy compared to the pre-COVID situation. Because now people realize every business discussion can be resolved using Zoom meeting or Zoom call. So basically, in the past, if we want to have a meeting with or someone from Singapore, from Hong Kong, from overseas, they want to have a meeting in Jakarta or Surabaya, they have to fly and then they have to stay in the hotel. But with this experience, basically they try to solve it using Zoom first. If they cannot solve it, then they will fly and come here. So what I'm afraid, the occupancy of this kind of business, or like 5-star hotel in cities, yeah, business hotel, would be affected. This also changed the way we do business in our group. You know, we changed a lot of business model within the organization, because we have a few companies that we operate, including, for example, our Lido resort in Bogor. Now we position Lido being entertainment hospitality. In the past, basically, is more hospitality, but now entertainment hospitality. So we have to add more amusement and entertainment business inside that site. Yeah, because we believe with this COVID situation, people just don't go to a resort and then enjoy with the family. Even we have a golf course. So we need to entertain the whole family members, the mother, the father, the kids, and also maybe the grandparents. That's why we try to build many activities just to accommodate the interest of this all family members, so that people come, everybody can enjoy. So the conclusion is basically COVID has changed the way we do business. Yeah, so that is my comment, Tommy.
So, Pak Hari, you mentioned about changing the way you do business, especially in this pandemic era. And after we listen to those presentations from the ministries and also different domains, how do you see it so far? Are you pretty optimistic with all the facts or the plan of the government, especially concerning doing business in the country?
Oh yeah, I'm very confident with Indonesia. There are many good factors that Indonesia has and other countries don't have. We have a lot of young people. So these young people, they are productive. Yeah, so we have big population under the productive age group. And we have a lot of natural resources, so it's really given. And not only that, we still have basically a lot of people within the middle low income bracket. So basically, once we can manage this middle low income bracket to grow faster, then I believe the economy will grow very, very fast. What needs to be done in Indonesia is basically two things. If we really want to grow the economy fast, one is basically to foster the education. You know, only 12% of Indonesian people enjoy university education. 88% is basically high school and below. And about 45% is basically elementary school, basically is, ST below. So we have a lot of young people, but in terms of the education level, we are still lacking. If we have to catch up the education using the conventional education, so we have to build schools physically all over Indonesia. The challenge is basically how long that will take. Number two, how much money we will spend. So, and you know, every year we have 3 to 4 million additional people in terms of the population, because the average age of Indonesian people is 30 years old. So within the next 10 years, we will be having additional 3 to 4 million people every year. So basically there will be additional 30 million to 40 million. So basically in 2031, we will have more than 300 million people in the population. So we have to do something fast in order to be able to educate the newcomer and also the existing one. One thing that we have to do in terms of education, we have to do basically internet education using online. That's basically the answer. Then we can do mass education to all the Indonesian. But the challenge is one thing, we have to improve the connectivity of the internet. So high-speed internet, good quality internet, not only roll out in big city, we have to roll out also in the second tier and third tier cities or places, so that even in the rural area, they can also have online education at the same time. And we just need to have a proper curriculum, which is practical for our people, and then that can foster the education on the national scale. So it's not should not be physical. That's one. Number two, there has to be a strategy to foster the welfare of the middle to low income people. So my idea is we need to protect them. The middle to low income bracket society, they are lacking in terms of the network, they are lacking in terms of the capital, they are lacking in terms of the education, they are lacking in terms of the experience. So we need to give them opportunity for a certain period of time for them to rise first. Then we let them compete with the free market. So what I'm trying to say, we should not adopt a free market policy at all levels. Those who are basically the domain of the middle to low income bracket, we have to protect, not to be in competition with the big boys, the middle up, and also in particular with the global player. It's very difficult for them to grow. All these people, they want to grow, but they don't have the opportunity to grow. Yeah, so basically, if we do this to protect them with certain policy, to give them opportunity to grow for a certain period of time, not many people may have used this opportunity, so we just leave them. But those who really want to grow, give them the opportunity, let them grow. When they grow, just let them compete in the free market. So basically, what I'm trying to say, we protect the middle low segment in area or sector which is the domain for a certain period of time. And then after that, we just lift up. We follow and compete with the global economy. For middle up segment, we just lift them, compete as is what we have today. So by doing that, education can be enhanced faster throughout the whole nation. And then we will have middle up segment in terms of the number of people more, yeah, and that can become a productive engine to develop the economy together. So if we do that, I believe we can rise faster and we can compete globally. Thank you.
Okay, you mentioned education, you mentioned digital infrastructure, and also protect and manage middle low class. And also this is relating to not adopting free market policy in all level, except the people who are middle and up class who can compete globally. So there's several questions I would like to ask you as well, Pak Hari, especially regarding the Lido City. So what is your strategy to monetize the huge land bank of Lido City?
As I mentioned, basically, we will position Lido City as entertainment hospitality. That means every hospitality is service, yeah. It can be F&B, food and beverage, can be hotel, is something that serve people, but it has to be combined with entertainment. So it kind of like theme park. We plan to build world garden. I think in Dubai there is it's called something garden, magical or something. Basically, it's a very beautiful garden. And then we will have also a movie land, which is an outdoor studio in Indonesia, because our background is media. We are very strong in making production, which is studio based, because we just need to have a very big studio with good lighting, with good sound system, with good acoustic. Like Indonesian Idol quality is very good, yeah. That we have already. But the problem in Indonesia, we don't have outdoor facility, so that the quality of drama and a movie are not as good as if you compare with overseas, even with Korea. That's why we plan to have outdoor production facility that include basically a compound with lake, with facade, and a hotel, and some villages for middle low, but some area for middle up. We have hospital, but all facade. Yeah, this we see overseas, they do the same thing, and garden. So basically, by doing that, we can have a quality production that would include from pre-production, production, and then post-production, and then we have also dormitory for the crew and for the artists, so that they can basically work for the whole week, and then in the weekend they go back. So this is what we plan. By doing that, we hope the quality of the drama and also movie, Indonesian movie, can be as good as Hollywood. Yeah. So this is our plan that we plan to do. And then we plan to have also a data center. And also we plan to build a techno park. It's like Silicon Valley in San Francisco. Basically, it's an area for high tech to groom startup, and also that involve residential area for them, very similar to Silicon Valley. Why we plan to do that? Because technology is very important in the future. And in Lido, the area is very cool. It's about 23 degrees all year long because it's 600 meters above the sea level. So I think it's very convenient for the techno park. Yeah. So basically, all in all, as I mentioned, entertainment hospitality, it means that it can accommodate everyone interests, including entertainment and also the hospitality activity. Thank you.
All these aspects, do you see it like your vision in these 5 years, sir?
Yeah, we plan to do so. Yeah, and then we may have like premium outlet, just like overseas. So for the sales good, it would be basically pull there. In overseas, people go basically out of town, they enjoy with the family, and then they go to basically premium outlet, they shop there. Yeah, so we will do the same also.
And do you plan to live in Lido, Ari?
Yeah, I plan to move there. I will. If it's completed, I will move there. We plan also to have a MotoGP circuit. Indonesian people like motorcycle racing. In Sepang, Malaysia, if there is a MotoGP competition, about out of 150,000 visitors, about 50% from Indonesia. Unbelievable. 50% from Indonesia. They fly there and then they watch and they go back. Yeah, not F1, yeah, not car. It's motorcycles. So we plan to have also MotoGP circuit there. So now we are talking to investor, for them to invest there in our site.
Okay, Pak Hari, there's another question. This is relating to some of the information that the minister's presentations, especially relating to digitalize all business in the country. So can you give us your perspective on your strategy planning to digitalize all business units under MNC Group?
I think I would rather say, basically, we need to have broadband all across the country. That's very important to develop the economy. If you ask us about our group, of course, we expand into digital. Yeah, our bank, we expand into digital banking. Now it's still mobile banking, but we will expand to digital banking. Basically, digital business, the opportunity is bigger. Because why? The market size is unlimited. For example, if our bank is a physical bank, yeah, then the reach, how far we can reach our client, our customer, is just as far as how many branches and ATM we have. First branch, because when they open an account, everything has to be physical signature. When they have an account, then if we have ATM, if they take money, then they can take money everywhere. That is basically the limit of our reach. So there will be a limit as to the size of the business that we can grab. When we do digital, it's all basically using biometric. There is no physical signature. So that means our coverage is the whole Indonesia. From Papua, if they want to open an account, they can. Yeah, even all Indonesian residing overseas in the Middle East, in the US, in Europe, yeah, in other part of Asia, yeah, or maybe Latin America or Africa, they can open an account just basically using the application, digital banking. So by doing that, basically our reach is like we have a branch everywhere. Having application, internet-based platform is the same as we have branches everywhere globally. Yeah, that's why this relates to the stock market. The valuation of any digital business is always higher than the conventional business. Yeah, and that's the reason also. For example, we have a pay TV. We have MNC Vision, used to be Indovision. Lately, we acquired K-Vision because K-Vision is dedicated for the rural area because it's a very cheap parabola. It's a prepaid, basically, pay TV. But how far can we grab the market? Just Indonesia, because our satellite just cover Indonesia. And then how far is the size of the market? As big as the agent distributor we have. If our distributor just covers Java Island, then even our satellite is the whole Indonesia, but our subscriber or the potential subscriber that we can grab is just Java, because our dealership, our distributor is in Java. Now we we expand into OTT, over the top, not operasi tangkap tangan, yeah, over the top. It's just like Netflix, just like Disney Plus, yeah, called Vision Plus. Just one application. Basically, we can reach everyone in Indonesia, even in Papua. We don't have dealership that. Even Indonesian residing in the Middle East or in Malaysia, even foreigner can subscribe. Yeah. So that is the reason why digital is basically the future. I like to share this with everyone. If we have a digital, every conventional business will move into digital. Yeah, that's why, like we have television, we also expand into streaming, so that people overseas can watch, and so we don't lose our advertising also, because our advertiser can still feel if they spend money, spending advertisement with us, the reach is still everywhere through digital.
Especially when we speak about digitalization and concerning about the pandemic era, COVID-19 is a game changer. Several ministers mentioned it before, especially regarding to digitalization. So what are the challenges do you see? Especially, you mentioned about OTT, and you mentioned about infrastructure as well. What kind of challenges that do we need to see, especially to boost our economy and our business, especially with this open market competition in digital area?
Indonesia is at the bottom today. But how fast we grow, it depends on many factors. How fast the vaccination, that's what basically affect, how fast we can recover. And then how fast we can accelerate education. And then how fast we can accelerate the welfare, the well-being of the middle low income bracket, so that they can move to middle up, they can be productive, and they can build the economy together with the others. So that is basically the thing, the end of the thing that I think we need to find a way. And actually, I've set some idea basically, but the government has been doing the right thing. Infrastructure, of course, very important, because infrastructure is going to speed up the activity of the economy in terms of the distribution and everything. And we have to remember today, infrastructure is not just physical, but also in the air. Digital is in the air. Internet is in the air.
Okay, Pak Hari, allow me to ask you a question from one participant. This is from Bekasi with John Yansin Sihombing. How is the development of MNC Group regarding the current share value?
It's under, basically, it's just too low. The price is too low. It's underpricing. The value here, because we have a few listed company in our group. It's undervalued. I have to admit that. But at some point in time, after we can prove all our digital initiative, either in the financial service and also in the media, prove to perform well, then maybe the valuation is better. Valuation is basically perception. I can give you 2 examples. Disney is a very big company. They have theme park. They have ABC. ABC is like national television in the US. They just started Disney Plus, OTT, like Netflix, but still small compared to Netflix, of course. So basically, they have everything. They have production. They have big presence in Hollywood. They have theme park. They have everything. They have even end-to-end entertainment business. And the profit of Disney is about 10 to 12 billion US dollar. Very big. In rupiah, is 140 trillion. The profit in 1 year, not the revenue, the profit. Netflix is just one business, which is OTT. Yeah, Netflix was video rental in the past. And then because video rental, the business declined, and they migrate to streaming and then become over the top, OTT now. And now it's the largest streaming service, OTT. And the profit of Netflix is only less than 10% of Disney, less than 10%. But the valuation is the same. Why? Valuation is basically based on expectation. How investor expect this company to grow in the future. And everybody believes that Netflix will grow faster in terms of the percentage compared to Disney in the next 5 years to 10 years. That's why it deserves a very high valuation. Yeah, I still remember 2 years ago when I tried to calculate Netflix valuation, the PE is, I think, about 100, the price earning ratio. Disney PE, I think, is only 12 times. Yeah, that is why, because people, when they try to analyze the size of a Netflix market is the whole world, 7 billion population, because Netflix can be enjoyed in Indonesia, can be enjoyed in Malaysia, can be enjoyed in Singapore, can be enjoyed in Australia, but ABC can be enjoyed only by the American people in the US. The theme park in, basically they just launched theme park in Shanghai, not Shanghai, Beijing or Shanghai. Beijing basically can be just enjoyed by, in Shanghai, can be enjoyed by people in Shanghai. Or maybe in Los Angeles, can be enjoyed by people in the Los Angeles. So conventional business size is limited to your presence. The presence related to the size you develop. But when we talk about streaming, digital is global opportunity.
So, Pak Hari, as an owner of many companies in MNC Group, how do you manage to balance out or to build synergy between the companies?
How to balance synergy? So yes, of course, the small one must be supported by the big one, and when the small one become big, they have to also basically support the others. So that is synergy. I can tell you about the synergy like this. Our MNC and business is actually quite big. Our audience share is more than 50%. So RCTI, MNC TV, GTV, and iNews, the audience share on the national scale is more than 50% on the prime time. So that's very big. Because we have Ikatan Cinta, it's very popular today. We have Amanah Wali. Yeah. And then we have portal with monthly active user more than 70 million. And then our presence in social media is very big. You know, we have a lot of channels on YouTube and Facebook and TikTok. The total number of subscribers and followers reached about 210 million. That's very big. Yeah. So in the society of our population, can be split into 3 clusters. One is the cluster, which is the family cluster, is basically the TV audience. Why? 70% of the Indonesian household only own one television. 30% own more than one television. So basically, this 70% owning only one television, they watch TV together. So it's a family, viewers. And then those who read portal, news portal, including the T, yeah, including our occasion, yeah, and others also, Tribun News, Kompas.com. These people used to read newspaper, but they now migrate, they read through portal. These people are mostly working people, more sophisticated. They can read and they need information to make decision, or they need to know, at least those who like reading. And then the third cluster is the young people that use social media. And our presence there is very significant. You know, 70% of the social media user is basically their age is below 34 years old. You asked about synergy. So what we do when we try to promote our OTT, we use all the user base of our television, user base of our portal, and the user base of our social media followers and subscribers to promote. But I have to share with you, creating awareness alone is not everything. We have to make sure our product is good. If our product is not good, so people know, so what? I want to use the political terminology. There is what is called popularity. There is another one called electability. Popularity, you expose yourself everywhere. People know you, but people don't elect you. So I know him, but so what? The same thing, even though we have so big the promotional tool, I call it, you know, TV, portal, and social media. If the product is not good, people say, yeah, I know, but so what? So the challenge is we have to make sure that the product is good. When product is good, then people see the benefit. The price is, of course, affordable and competitive. Yeah, those are among the things that can create interest. So this is a combination of everything. Yeah. Again, in the political terminology, how we can be exposed, so our popularity is high, and then the challenge, how we are elected by them. So that is about the electability. So in managing business, the same thing. So when you ask about synergy, I always try to combine these two. Not only having big media presence is everything, no, but we have to make sure our product is acceptable by the consumer.
Acceptable. All right. So now, if we move on to the best leadership style, especially we are transition from pre-pandemic and now we are having this pandemic era. So what is the best leadership style according to you, sir, especially in this current situation when you lead MNC Group?
Leader. Wow, you are testing me. Leadership. A leader has to be decisive. Yeah, leader has to be decisive. We have to make decision. We should not waste time. That's very important. So that is one element needed by a good leader. And then another thing about leadership, leader must lead by example. This is I always tell, our executive. If you want to be an effective leader, we have to lead by example. Don't just tell, do this, do that. You have to show it that you can also, you have to be in the front. You lead them. Then you will be respected. People will follow you. Another thing which is important, leadership, you have to be trustworthy. So basically, we have to show our integrity so that our subordinate respect us. That is very important. Not just ABS, asal Bapak senang. ABS means in front of us, our people show respect, but behind it don't just basically respect us and do something else. So we have to be trustworthy, and a strong leader must be able to create teamwork. Because when business grow bigger, we cannot work alone. For sure. If we work alone, we will stay small. So we have to work in a team. So a good leader, strong leader must be able to lead the team. So teamwork is very important. So those are basically about leadership. And of course, leader must very clear in the vision. Leader must have a vision and communicate the vision to the team so that everybody understand and can work in the maximum way. Yeah.
So Pak Hari, with those aspects, and I believe, and everybody believe that you experience so many things in your life and also in your business. Do you still have role model right now?
Me having role model, many. So basically in life, learn from other people, but nobody is perfect. Just copy or learn the good things. Don't copy the bad things. So every people must have their positive side. So that is basically the way we want to build our character in a better way, of course.
Pak Hari, this one question just came in from Rudy Rusdia. And Financial Service use AI in just 6 years, has 1 billion clients, and has less than 10% of JP Morgan employees for 256K. Challenge global companies such as JP Morgan Chase, it's a 150 years old company with only 30K clients. So what is your view here, especially to implement with your company?
Yeah, we have to go into digital, because digital, basically you have less people. Your reach is basically everywhere globally, because internet can go beyond just the country. Can go global. So that will happen. Yeah, basically the future banking is digital banking. Basically what I want to share here, success is not determined by how long we do the business. Because it's been proven. Those who establish business in only a few years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, they can surpass those who have been maybe 100 years or 200 years. So success is not about how long we are in the business. Success is about how good, how correct our business model. That's number one. business model, yeah, and then of course we have people to execute the business. You see, the biggest company globally, actually, they are just less than 30 years. Amazon.com, and then Google, and then Facebook, and then even Tencent from China, Alibaba, Apple, yeah. So all top 5, top 6, top 7, all digital. So this is a very easy proof. Basically, the future is digital. But Indonesia is not like the US or China. But someday we will be like that. All the basically conventional business has been left behind. Walmart used to be the biggest department store in the world. Now the market cap is only 300-something billion. Yeah, it's even less than Alibaba, even less than Tencent from China. Yeah. So yeah, so that is basically it's going to be the future. Everything is going to be expanded to digital.
And especially the government is already in their plan to build.
That's why I said, if we want to improve the education of our people and can catch up, because your 88% is high school below, so we have to go digital. But the digital infrastructure must be rolled out on the national scale as soon as possible, so that those in the rural area, they can enjoy also high education.
And the gap is a bit far at this moment in Indonesia, right, sir?
The gap in terms of?
In terms of when you say the lower class income with the education level compared to the middle and up.
Oh yeah, that's why. So there are two things: how we speed up, we foster their level, their well-being, their from middle low to middle up, or at least middle class, and also their education from less educated to become more educated. So this two has to be implemented, but we need digital infrastructure to do it, and also the physical infrastructure.
Yeah, especially when we speak about the skillful human resource. As we know, our society is contributed mostly by millennials or Gen Z, and so who have their own style of doing business or doing life. So how do you see it so far?
Can you repeat it? Sorry.
If we look at millennials right now, some of them are leading their own companies based on their quality. So how do you see millennials at this moment in time in Indonesia?
They will make change. So the senior one like me must be realistic. So they change the whole thing. That's why the industry 4.0 actually come from the millennial. Yeah. So we have to be realistic. We cannot force them to follow us. We have to follow the fact. We have to follow the reality. And until 2 years ago, I didn't follow that. But I cannot move against the crowd. I cannot move against the reality. So finally, I have to change my mindset. That's why in the last 2 years, we've been very aggressive in building our digital.
And how optimistic are you looking at Indonesia to chase into society 5.0?
Oh, I'm very optimistic. I think with the forces by the millennial, the young people, that will happen. Because I have also my children, the mindset is also like that.
Okay, Pari, after you listen couple of presentations today, so what is your input, especially to give to our government to speed up to chase into that target, Society 5.0?
I think the government has already a very good plan. You know, the whole thing. Pak Erlangga presentation is basically cover everything. But the only thing which wasn't covered is on the tourism. Because we make a lot of money from tourism. Like 2019, the revenue, the reserve that we receive from tourism is about, I think, $17 or $18 billion. Because on average, one tourist spent 1,100 to 1,200 per visit. And we had about 16 million foreign visitor in 2019. So it's a big money, more than 200 trillion, very big. So that's why I asked about that when it's open again to foreign tourists. But it's basically a reciprocal arrangement, right? If we open to certain country, then they have to open also for our people. That, yeah, okay, this is about policy. That's okay. At least we know what is going on. And that is about what Pak Erlangga said. But the other thing is basically the two things we need to do is basically, as I said, education and special treatment, privilege, what I call it. Don't adopt just free market policy to all levels. So middle low, we have to some extent, we need to have protection to them.
Hari, we have this one question from the participant. It's anonymous, but it said, Pak Hari, as a leader in a big group of company in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, how do you ensure that good employees in your company will get the good feedback and appreciation? And how do you manage the system? As we know that the great organization created not only by good leaders and system, but also by good team inside the organization. What do you think, sir?
When we have a lot of people, we need to have policy applicable to all. We need to have an SOP applicable to all, yeah, standard operating procedure. Basically, system play in a big organization. And as I mentioned, in terms of leadership, lead by example is very important. Lead by example create a lot of good things. People will respect you, and then people will understand more about the vision because they see directly how the leader make decision, how the leader lead them, and they also can copy, yeah, in terms of the way we solve things, the way we do things. Yeah. So lead by example is a very powerful thing in managing in today's situation.
And also you said adapting fast is really important, but how do you make other people in your team to adapt with the right speed as you have now?
You know, I have 10 things that I always tell my people about leadership. Maybe I can share here. Leaders must be decisive. Don't waste time, because we need to move fast. Because under today's environment is very competitive. Everybody is moving fast. And a lot of young people now is very smart, well educated, and they move very fast. So we have to be able to adapt to the situation. But making fast decision has to be very careful. Make sure the input we have is correct. We have to remember garbage in, garbage out. If the input we have is wrong, our decision is going to be wrong. Yeah. So we have to be decisive, but make sure our information, our input to make decision is correct, complete and correct. Number two, I mentioned, we have to lead by example to get respect. Leader must have a mindset of problem solving. So leader must solve problem. Don't create problem or just focus on the problem. If leader focus on the problem, our subordinate will get confused. So leader must have a problem solving mindset. And then leader must have a very clear vision and direction, so that subordinate can do things very firmly, no doubt, not hesitant. This is also very important. Leader has to be humble. Yeah, leader must be humble. Leader must be responsible. Humbleness, humility is very important. Because when somebody humble, they tend to keep learning. Somebody humble must perceive him or herself still need to know more. And you know, basically, knowledge is never ending. So we have to keep learning. If we have a leader like that, then the subordinate will do the same thing. So we can create a very healthy atmosphere in the organization. And then I mentioned already, leader must build teamwork. That's very important so that the organization can grow. We cannot work alone. Leaders must help people grow also. I notice many leaders, they don't want to share with the subordinate because they perceive if my subordinate get clever or more knowledgeable, they can surpass the leader. It's wrong attitude. So leader must help the subordinate to grow as well. Because if we have a more sophisticated member in the team, our team will get stronger and stronger. So it's basically to the advantage of the organization. Leader must be able to communicate effectively, including the vision, everything. Must share. Many leaders doesn't want to share information. They want to take credit. It's not good. Must share. But we have to share with the right people. Those who are not relevant, we should not share. And then other things, I mentioned leader must be trustworthy and have integrity, so that the subordinate can work peacefully, comfortably, and really follow the leader. So that is basically the sharing that I like to have. You know, I'm the chairman of futsal Indonesia and also billiard. Yeah. But I like sport actually. I like martial art. Maybe if I can share something. When I watch television program, mixed martial art, UFC, there was a coach, trainer, but this trainer generate a lot of champion. And then the host asked this trainer, what make you different compared to others? You can create a lot of champion, UFC champion, but the rest, other coach, other trainer, they cannot. What he said is very simple. You know what? How I train my athlete? One, I teach them to have a very good technical skill. So technical skill is basically they know how to punch and everything. Yeah. So to make sure when they hit the right spot, not just hit nothing. Yeah. So it's save energy. Okay. Technical skill has to be very strong. That's one. And then number two, I also teach my athlete to have a very strong stamina, endurance. Because in martial art, UFC, you have to be able to stand for 15 minutes, yeah, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes time 3, sometimes 5 minutes time 5. So it can be 15 minutes to 25 minutes. So your stamina has to be very strong. Strong stamina, you have endurance, you can last long, you don't get tired fast, and also you have a very fast speed. You know, in martial art, we have to be very fast. If not, we cannot hit, you know, the counterparty. You know what he said? It's not everything. Many coach just stop there, teaching the athlete with very strong technical skill and very strong stamina. Yeah, endurance is very high, but they forgot one thing. What? They said determination. So I also teach my athlete to have a very strong fighting spirit. Never give up before you win. So basically, character building is very important. Very important. Even you are very good in certain skill, you have PhD, doctorate, degree. You have a very good stamina, so you can work long hours. But if we don't have fighting spirit, if we don't have determination, we don't have perseverance, then I think the outcome will be different. So basically, he said like this. I always tell my athlete, if you want to be in the ring, you are thoughtful, better you don't fight. You go in the ring with one goal, you win. Ready? Ready, go. So this is the recipe actually. It's a very simple thing, but it's very inspiring. And I try to do this to teach this to my people also. Never stop fighting to complete our mission, our purpose, before we achieve the goal. Keep fighting. That's
Fighting.
my last sharing. I think Pak Sandi already here.
Oh, is he here, sir?
I see from Kementerian.
Okay, Pak Hari, just one last one before we go to Pak Sandiaga Uno. You mentioned about determination, especially in this pandemic era. People struggle not only in their business or work, but also mentally. So how do you motivate this type of people?
Yeah, I always motivate. I always give example like Obama. Obama used to be in the Harvard, is a lecturer. So his career is just flat for so many years, and just within 2 years, and then fly to the moon, become the president of the United States. See, life is not arithmetic. Life is not arithmetic, meaning it's not like today we start with 0, next year we are 1, the following year we are 2, and then the third year become 3, the fourth year become 4. It's not arithmetic like that. Life, you can stay flat for 20 years. Out of the blue, you just jump up, become someone at the top. Jack Ma, he was basically English instructor, English language instructor. And then out of the blue, he created, just in the early 2000, he created this Alibaba. It's become basically, how the size of Alibaba is half of Indonesian GDP. Just out of the blue like that. Terus, and then Facebook, yeah, same thing. Facebook started 2004. In 2004, I was much richer than MNC was much bigger than Facebook, but now it's just a very small fraction of Facebook. You see, so life success is not how old you are in the business. It's just basically a lot of factors. Of course, at the end of the day, it's the blessing from God. Yeah, but we are, as human beings, we have to take the part. There is a part that we have to do in order we can achieve the success. We cannot just do nothing and then we can be successful.
Hari, we have a question from Normaida Simanjuntak here, one of our participants. She said, it's interesting when tourism haven't recovered, MNC Group is building a theme park. So can you share some insights regarding those actions? And do you have your own time horizon on how this pandemic will end?
Yeah, basically, theme park may take 3 years to complete. So basically by 2024, we believe COVID-19 is already over. My philosophy, don't do things until everything is over. Anticipate and you do it. So when things over, you are ready. So that is basically the basic thinking behind this. Because when you build today, you don't complete it by the end of the year. By the end of the year, maybe COVID is not yet finished, maybe early next year. Yeah, but in 2024, I'm sure COVID is completely gone. Because the vaccination is already completed on the national scale.
Okay, feeling very optimistic towards the program and also the future of our country. So now we have another question from Anonymous. Thanks to Pak Hari. We would like to tell the audience, have you ever experienced difficult times in your life that drain your energy?
Many times. But always take the lesson from it. That's it. Life must go on. Never regret, but learn from your mistake. That's it.
So how do you get back?
That's it. Learn from the mistake and never make the same mistake. Keep move on. improve, your skill, improve your ability. Yeah, so we have to recognize our weakness. The biggest enemy of anyone is him or herself. That's why I always tell people, if people don't introspect, look at him or herself, it's actually the biggest weakness they have.
It's about ourselves, right? Okay, Pak Hari, speaking about sectors, you mentioned about tourism before when you asked questions to the ministers. So how far do you see tourism in Indonesia in the future?
Tourism is very promising. Very promising. But tourism, we have to build what we have, is what we need to build. So it's not just, sorry to say this, we have a tourist destination somewhere, I don't want to mention, yeah, but we don't build the infrastructure. Infrastructure can be water, electricity, proper road, and it's not enough, also airport. And then not enough, also the F&B surrounding facility. There has to be something, because when people visit, they want to eat, they want to have clean water, they want to have electricity, they want safety. They have to make sure the road is basically good enough, and it's easy to reach there. The airport it's close to the airport, something like that. So we have a lot of tourist destination, but make sure we build all these requirements. In Papua, we can have also in NTT, in Nusa Tenggara Timur, and NTB. We can have also in West Central Java. We can have also in Banten. We can have also in West Java, even East Java like Bromo. We have a lot. North Sulawesi, we have a lot. Also North Sumatra, a lot.
Sadiagona is getting ready for us, but last quote from you, sir, especially for the participants who are still here with us. Can you give your wisdom about how to operate ourselves to be optimistic and always feel good about ourselves to work for our future?
So we live only once. Make sure we live positively, with positively and impactfully, in the positive way.
Always think positive, right?
One thing, the last one, because I always mingle with a lot of old people. I'm old now. This is when I was young. Now I'm turning 56 this year. When I was in the 20s, I mingle with many old people. And what I realized, these people at the age of 70, 75, they told me like this. At my age, I regret why I did not do this and that when I was young. Now I wanted to do it, but I don't have the energy. This becomes very something that I always remember. So while you are young, do it now. Don't wait until you are old and you cannot do it. Welcome back, Sandy.
Is Pak Sandi already here? Okay, he's still getting ready. This is interesting when you mentioned you hang out with older people, but as you are now, do you hang out with younger people?
Of course. Otherwise, I cannot adapt to the current situation. I have to change, my mindset to be able to adapt to the current situation.
And
if not,
children.
We still live in the old days, like in the old days.
Okay, so but do you always discuss your work with your family?
Of course. We have to be able to transform our knowledge, our skill, because we need to have a better generation. That's very important.
Okay.
Our children must be better than us. That is the right philosophy.
Because the world is not getting easier right now, right, sir?
Exactly.
Okay, Pak Hari, before we go on with Pak Sandi, any pointers for tourism industry that can be an input for Pak Sandiaga Uno?
Pak Sandiaga Uno is in charge of not just tourism, but also creative economy. So creative economy is something that can be pushed today, because that involves fashion, that involves music, that involves movie, film, that involves also even what everything, all the added value economy, within the creative industry. So it can be pushed even under the COVID startup, internet, also basically creative economy. I think this part has to be pushed in the maximum way. On the tourism side, I think what needs to be done is just prepare what I said. We have a lot of tourist destination, but all the requirement in order to become a very good tourist destination is fulfilled from now, while we are still waiting until the COVID is over. So when the COVID is over, the tourist destination is ready.
So you're speaking about infrastructure. Oh, Pak Sandi already here. Okay.
Sorry, for me to have discussion about tourism, which is not my domain. It's the domain of the minister.
No, you are our key ally to tourism and creative economy, and you're big investors in the sector, so hopefully we can collaborate. Hi, Pak Tommy. Hi, Pak Hari. How are you?
Very good,
sir. Healthy as always. Thank you for being here, Pak Sandiaga Uno.
Thank you.
Okay, Pak Haritanu, may I intro for Pak Sandi?
Yes, please go ahead.
All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the Indonesian government is currently pursuing various efforts to revive tourism, including allocating more than $900 million for businesses and issuing cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability, or CHSE certification for service providers in the industry. So to tackle the impact of the COVID pandemic, the ministry has prepared steps and strategies to anticipate the decline of foreign tourists by preparing the protocol of a new life order in the tourism sector. So now, without further ado, to elaborate more in the ministry strategies and innovation, let's welcome Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Sandiaga Uno. Pak Sandi, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pak Tommy, and very kind introductions. I'd like to acknowledge President Director of IDX, my very good friend, Pak Inarno Jayadi, and also Executive Chairman of MNC Group, a very old friend of mine, Pak Haritanu Sudibyo. I'd like to also welcome Commissioners and Board of Directors of MNC Group, and all the participants who are attending this forum through live streaming on RCTI Plus and YouTube IDX Channel. Together with me are my colleagues from the Ministry, Director for Strategic Studies, Mr. Wawan Rusiawan, and Director for Strategic Management, Mr. Harwan Eko Cahyo. And I have prepared a few slides. I'm going to go rather quickly on the slides. So if you are allowing us to share, we are basically facing a very tough time in the industry, but we think this is now the beginning of the end. We have strategies to accelerate the recovery and in tourism and creative economy. The first and foremost affected sector definitely is tourism, because people have mobility. And I think as UNWTO has outlined, trips are down by minus 82% for Asia Pacific. International travel trips down minus 72%. Billions of dollars, almost 1 trillion of export revenue has been lost, And basically, at this rate, we are seeing levels of tourism level of 30 years ago. One of the, I think what we are seeing is the Bali, which is the backbone for Indonesia tourism. You see the arrival number completely devastated. International tourist arrival to Bali dropped by 83% year on year. Domestic tourist arrivals to Bali dropped almost 60%. And there's an extraordinary impact requires this extraordinary action. So you see Bali's economy minus 12% for third quarter and minus 12% again, fourth quarter of last year. Hotel room occupancy rate dropped, basically collapsed. And some hotels, including Pahari's hotel, unfortunately, is now on a single-digit occupancy rate. But we are coping and we are bracing for the pandemic impact. These are additional numbers, and this is the macro indicator of creative economy. If you talk on the other side of our portfolio in the ministry, which is creative economy, is also coming down. There are millions of jobs are being lost, and billions of exports also. We have not been able to achieve the numbers. If you look at the contributions of tourism investment sectors to national investments, these are the numbers. 2020, around 3%. We hope to increase that going forward, and Pahari is a big counterpart in that field. We hope billions of dollars of investment in the KEK Lido and other KEK tourism special economic zone. We call it KEK, Kawasan Ekonomi Khusus, and this is going to spur investments in the sector. You see the realizations for 2020 still quite low. I think if you look at the investments realizations value in 2020 is around $2.15 billion US. This is actually should increase once we handle the pandemic situations. Again, this is the realizations of the tourism investments. As you can see, domestic investments is outpacing the foreign direct investments. So we hope these sessions will be able to attract more foreign direct investments in the sector. I have been given a very short, I guess, directions from the presidents. The focus is how we could, we could overcome this pandemic in terms of social protections for the tourism workers. We need to reallocate some budgets to help the labor-intensive programs, and then how we could also have the economic stimulus for the sectors so that investors or businesses in the tourism and creative economy would not be affected more severely and may suffer a permanent damage. So we are preparing adaptations to new habits, the new normal. We are preparing the destinations post-pandemic, try to build the public trust with clean health, safety, and environmental sustainability. And we're preparing opportunities post-COVID. The reasons I was late, Pak Tommy, I'm so sorry, Pak Inarno, Pak Hari, because we are briefing close to 24 ambassadors in Europe and other part of Asia to get their side prepared. I've given directions to start their engine, whet the appetite of potential tourists coming into Indonesia, in particular Bali, because we are finalizing, I guess, the reopening of the borders on a very strict travel bubble or a free COVID corridor. I think the point here that I'm trying to make is the steps of the recovery for our ministry is to balance supply and demand. And also the stimulus is to increase demand. Right now, I guess the domestic tourists will be key to be able for the sectors to survive, and how we could focus on 3 creative economy subsectors, which is fashion, culinary, and food. This is how we could balance the demand and supply. I think we're basically giving incentives on the demand side, and on the supply side, making sure that they are adapting to this increased health protocols, and also getting more adaptations to innovations of a new travel product, which is more on nature and culture, sports tourism, basically MICE that is in open space, and creating attractions to build attentions for our market. So we are drumming up supports for MICE activities from government side, and on tour packages also we're preparing that is more on the personalized, customized, localized, and smaller in size. This is what Pa Hari already mentioned. This is a new protocol. We're certifying destinations, hotels and restaurants, to ensure that they are complying to the cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability. We have the Indonesia Care, or I Do Care campaign to encourage domestic travel. And then there are part of the soft loan as well as grant for tourism-related business across the country. My boss is quite a demanding boss. He told me there's 4 areas for me to focus, and Mbak Angela Tanusudibio as Vice Minister. Basically, we have 5 priority tourist destinations: Danau Toba, Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and Likupang, and make sure that all the calendar of events, all the safety, health, and clean protocols, as well as environmental sustainability are in place. And then to ensure that the creative economy would go side by side with the return or the recovery of the tourism. These are 3 pillars that we're focusing on: innovations, adaptations, and collaborations. We also aim to deliver a set of quick wins. These are the quick wins. But in a nutshell, Bali reopening is a quick win. Secondly is to onboard more to the digital economy would be quick wins. And third is rural tourism is also a quick win, because there are over 1,000 potential basically rural tourism or touristic village that we could develop on a one village, one creative product concept. And I think we are preparing for opening the border. We're making sure that we're getting ready for that. These are how we would do it. So it's not about going or not going, doing or not doing tourism and creative economy, but it's about how. So we are ramping up vaccinations, and I think we need help from Ikatan Cinta for also promoting protocol for wearing masks, social distancing and washing hands, and also for vaccinations and testing, tracing, and treatment. Because Ikatan Cinta is now watched by 60% of people who are having their TV on. I even follow it myself, and I started guessing what the next episode would be. Little that time that I have, I follow Ikatan Cinta as well. So these are preparing, making sure that the COVID-19 task force and Ministry of Health are on board on tracing and tracking as well. Work from Bali, study from Bali, guys. Let's do it. I'm doing it now. My son is relocating also to Bali, and this is very, very, I guess, good quality air. You got good beach in front of you, nice weather, cheap, and good Wi-Fi coverage. So guys, I'm inviting you to work from Bali and also study from Bali. Safe travel corridor, I already mentioned that this is in the making. We keep our fingers crossed with the COVID numbers coming down, hopefully with more discipline on wearing masks, social distancing and washing hands. Testing, tracing, and treatment measures improve. Vaccinations ramping up. So we're trying this with few countries like China, Singapore, Malaysia, and possibly 2 other countries as well. The strategies and investments. This used to be my old business. So we do profiling, promotions, and applications. I'm going to be working very hard to get this together with our good friends at BKPM, the Investment Coordinating Board, as well as other ministry. We have few activities in 2021. Semarang, Raja Ampat, I think also preparations of the investment project ready to offer for Tanjung Kelayang, been there many times. This is in Belitung. Also in Central Java, creates event for promotion as well as a Riru in Manado, Likupang. I'm going to go there this weekend to push for Likupang and basically on advocations, we would have coaching clinic for applications and also for Purworejo because Borobudur is situated there. Strategy for investment, these are the fiscal incentive, but you guys are probably way ahead of the curve. I think these are the incentives, but we will be able to offer more incentives if you are in the CAC region, in the special economic zone. So I guess that's it from my side. Thank you very much. We're preparing to welcome your investments. And please visit the 5, before you invest, you are welcome to visit Bali and other areas like Bintan, but these are 5 destinations that we are promoting, which is Borobudur, Likupang, Labuan Bajo. I think these are the and Mandalika. So feel free to book through mnctravel.com. Do you have mnctravel.com? Or other .com that are
Pasani, we have problem of hearing you right now. Yeah, I think we are losing your voice here.
I'm sorry.
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
I don't know what happened, but sometimes my team mute me if I say something that is too irrelevant. But please visit these 5 areas of focus, and these would be the first batch of the next Bali, which is Likupang in North Sulawesi, Mandalika in Nusa Tenggara Barat, Labuan Bajo with the Komodo in Nusa Tenggara Timur, Borobudur in Central Java, and also Danau Toba right behind me. Thank you very much. I'll return the mic to you, Pak Tommy, and thank you, Pak Hari, for allowing me to speak to the forum.
Thank you, Pak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, and allow me to ask some questions that are posted by the participants here. Okay, let me read this from Heri Kusnanto. Mr. Minister, I believe that soon the pandemic issue gone and people have been more confident the outbound and inbounds will lead the tourism growing up fast, but the accumulated losses have decreased the working capital. So is there any plan from the minister, for the ministry to help to strengthen the cash flow of the business hotel and related business?
So we are pushing for the soft loan program. This is basically catered towards hotels and restaurants and other players in the industry to shore up their liquidity, and close to $700 to $800 million are being proposed to the economic recovery plan that is led by the coordinating minister for economy. We are also pushing for liquidity measures for the medium and small enterprises. These are loans of around 50 million rupiah per account. So that's targeting to more on the medium size to lower bracket businesses, and that would be amounting to about 3 trillion. And together with some other players, and maybe I could ask people who manage funds, we are launching FROTC. FROTC is Funds for Recovery of Tourism and Creative Economy. This is something that we're in discussions, not yet ready to launch, but I'm thinking something like a IBRA type of rescue for the sectors. And I think we're trying to raise funds from third party together with funds from offshore as well to allow the sectors to recover. And I guess they are more disciplined and more quality and sustainable tourism and creative economy going forward. So this is also in preparations for people in the sectors to reinvest in some of their businesses in order to prepare for the business post-pandemic.
Okay, thank you, Pak Sandi. And there's a question from Lenny Williana. Pak Sandi, what are the priority market from overseas? This is related with the travel bubble that the ministry or government will be focusing or targeting when international border will be ready to open. So do you have any plan to negotiate with international airlines to bring that market to as a tourism destination, including the direct flight?
Well, Bali, again, becoming number one, most favorite destinations according to trip advisors. And these are basically universal in all of our key markets, that people are so really keen to go and visit Bali. So definitely Bali would be number one priority. Secondly, I would say a backbone destinations would be Jakarta and the Riau Islands. That's always standing under number 2 or number 3. And then Central Java, which Jogja, Solo, and Semarang would also be areas that a lot of inquiries have come in. But also the 5 destinations behind me here. These are very interesting because each have storytelling behind the locations, and I think we're having increased inquiries from key markets, and the key markets have been Malaysia, Singapore, China, increasingly India, and also from the Middle East, as well as from traditional Europe. The low-hanging fruit is actually America, because we have seen from the Google search, the highest number of query comes from the US. So if we have a direct flight from Denpasar to Los Angeles, for instance, I think it's a game changer. We're going to have more tourists coming in from the US as well as Japan and Korea.
Thank you, Pasandi. And the next one is from Marshall T. What is your plan to stimulate the creative economy business, such as arts, music, movies, etc., during and after COVID-19?
I think the key is how we could, first, definitely cash is king. So they need to survive. So the first pillar is how to help them survive. Secondly is how to revive them. And I think technology, digitalizations, onboarding them into e-commerce and platform. Film industry needs to actually pivot to more of a hybrid approach, adopting CHSE, as well as adopting ways to make sure that they are adjusting how they do their business on a new normal basis. So that's the second of the revival. And then the third, I think, is thriving, because we have pandemic winners in the creative economy sectors, Pak Tommy. If you look at gaming, it's increasing. Esports is increasing. I was talking to the CEO of RCTI. Basically, if you have a big winner like Ikatan Cinta, which is content is king, you have a winner there. So for these pandemic winners, we need to ensure that they would thrive, and also as a locomotive, they would pull the entire creative economy sector, which is 17 subsectors. Also, we're seeing good numbers of resilient businesses in the culinary business. In particular, people who have pivoted into frozen food and actually can handle the, I guess, the e-commerce side of it. Also, fashion. We are seeing some, I'm wearing Batak's outfit, and these are some of the pandemic survivor that I want to promote. And this is a little thing that we could do in the ministry to promote. And third is handicraft. These three businesses, the handicraft, culinary, and fashions, are the three main sectors that are basically contribute to 60 to 70% of the creative economy sector. So I think, in short, it's digital. It's making sure technology would be enabled towards close to 20 million players or 20 million workforce being supported by this creative economy sector.
Thank you, Pasandi. You mentioned earlier in your presentation about fiscal incentives for tourism investment, especially for KEK region. So can you elaborate more regarding to special economic zone to support the investment prospect in tourism industry?
Well, the special economic zone is a program that is now being pushed by the government to ensure we could attract more investments. And the beauty of this special economic zone is that due to its special nature, they would have a scheme that would be attractive to investors, like the tax holidays, also much more expedient licensing and permitting, as well as the ability to build infrastructures and the supports given by central and local government. And I think we could basically negotiate on a case-by-case basis. As long as your investments would add values, create jobs, the more jobs you would have, the bigger incentives. And I think this is something very, very attractive to investors to explore, because we are now adding more value-added aspect of people who are investing in Indonesia, not just taking the advantage of the large Indonesian market, but also the ability to capture most of the values here. So we are seeing Tanjung Kelayang, for instance, in Belitung. Their theme is conservation. Their theme is environmental friendly. So they are attracting investors that are very environmentally conscious. Pa Haris in Lido is very, very focused on, theme park, entertainment, artificial intelligence, technologies, you name it. Lido will be able to attract, I think, lots and lots of investments, because it would, next week I'll be going there with Governor Ridwan Kamil, and we'll make sure that all the supports that is being made available by the government are, basically match the requirement by the investors, so that at the end of the day, it's for the people. We're providing investments to open jobs for the people in general in West Java and other parts of Indonesia. So, and then we have another tourism special economic zone in East Java, in Singosari near Malang, which focus more on animations, focus more on the creative aspects of film. And I guess this is something that relating to also the culture and areas such as Malang in East Java, known to produce some of the very best animator worldwide. So this is something that I guess the niche, the special nature of each special economic zones that we're trying to promote.
Thank you, Pak Sandi. Pak Hari, would you like to say something here?
Actually, everything is very clear. Pak Sandi has explained everything about the tourism and creative economy. And actually, I'm just looking forward to the opening of the border for foreign tourism. This is very important also for the tourism industry. In fact, if you look at the 2019 data, tourism contributed very significant for the foreign exchange reserve. I think about somewhere maybe 18-19 billion US dollar. Yeah, because one tourist spend about 1,100 to 1,200 per visit. So it's a good thing if the government now is preparing for the basically openness of the border. Thank you, Pak Sandi.
Thank you, Pak Hari.
Thank you, Pak Hari, and thank you, Pak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno. Again, thank you so much, Pak Sandi.
Thank you.
Again, thank you again to Pak Hari Tanusudibyo, Executive Chairman of MNC Group. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wrap up our first day of MNC Group Investor Forum 2021. Once again, we would like to say thank you for joining this forum, and also to all honorable speaker and participants. We hope you will find the subjects we have lined up today for you to be fruitful and engaging. It's been an honor for me to host this forum. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. I'm Tommy Chokro. See you again at the second day of MNC Group Investor Forum. May we all bless with a great health. Have a great day. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you again tomorrow. Goodbye.